Yeah, somebody else share, please.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there an owlbear?
yeah, there is. I just posted it to the main dungeon chat. So last we left off, man, things got a little bit wiry, huh? For those of you that weren't here, I think Francine and Tom, you guys both left. Things got pretty close there at the end. I think Jinx went down. I think Vox went down.
It did go down.
Tibble, I don't remember how your health was, but it was
I was doing just fine, baby.
cool.
Picking people up, providing some healing, you know.
I like Edgar's tone today.
Yeah. That like late night smooth jazz radio voice.
Yeah.
That's fun. Here on KJ JZ Smooth Jazz. So yeah, you guys were able to defeat all of the twig blights, all the vine blights. You guys fought some orky boys, and you guys were able to defeat Granick. And I think that's where we left off, right? Like battle was ended.
Yeah, everybody just kind of left in a hurry because we stayed on so long.
Yeah, I was telling Tom, I almost ended up single that day.
Tell me about that.
So normally we're done by like 2 or 3-ish, you know, like the latest. And that gives me time to do all of my like chores around the house that I have to do and like get my grocery shopping done so that by the time Emma gets home, like I can already have like dinner kind of ready. We finished at like 4:45. At like 4:40, Emma was like, on my way home.
Uh-oh.
So I was like sprinting through my apartment trying to gather all my shit. And I was like, cool, I'm still at the store as I'm like putting things, as I'm closing the laptop and like getting everything ready. I was like, I gotta go.
And it was funny because like everyone was so ready to go, and I'm like, wait, I gotta add some more shit to my role play here. And everyone's like, no, shut the fuck up, we're done. And I'm like, all right. But it was a rough battle, man. So did we kill Granick?
Yeah, knocked him unconscious.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I thought so. Non-lethal. Okay.
All right, yeah. So I'm looking at the encounter here, and yeah, this guy's done. So yeah, so we're out of combat. You guys have taken some pretty heavy hits.
Can you remind me a little bit about what Granick looks like?
He is an anchorite of Talos. He is a half orc. So, but he has like very like peachy kind of orangish skin compared to Ragongar's kind of pale purple bluish kind of tones. Definitely a different mix of half orc, but he maintains these very long pointy tusks that pop out of his like jaw here and kind of very boar-like. He has a very pushed up kind of boar-like nose, very wide, very sharp teeth, long scraggly hair that looks like it's never been washed. He has these gauntlet-looking fixtures on his arms that have these 2 like boar tusks kind of coming out of them in like a spiky punch sort of thing. He wears like very light leather armor with maybe like a fur kind of around his like shoulders to keep him warm. But other than that, I mean, he's just a half orc. He doesn't look any like out of the ordinary, you know, like other than just his regular features.
Well, I think after taking a breather after the battle, I'd probably go over. I mean, he's knocked unconscious, but he's not dead, so he may still be a viable threat, right? So I'm gonna go over to him. First, I want to kind of pat him down, see what kind of weapon he has. You know, just check out what he has on him.
Yeah, absolutely. So what does he have on him? That's a good question. I'm bummed you asked it because I wasn't ready. Let's see here. Sorry. I'm trying to do too many things at once. And where am I at with the woodland mates? So yeah, so he's wearing leather armor. He has these leather armor gauntlets with the boar tusk kind of sticking out of them. He has just a regular like staff made out of like whittled wood.
Okay. Does any of it look unique or special?
No, not really.
Okay. Does he have any gold, any potions, any items? I'm gonna pat him down.
On his person, he has a small bag of coins and what looks to be some like magic components, but nothing. You find a small bag of coins with about 37 gold in it and 15 silver. You don't really gather that he's a business doing type of fellow.
Okay. All right. What are we doing with this guy? I have manacles. But what's our end game with him?
Yeah,
we want to question him, right?
Yeah, want to question him. Let's. I'm gonna cast detect magic ritually to see if there's anything magical in the room. I'm mostly interested in the items that he's carrying, like the staff, to see if it has a magical aura. But I will instruct, or I'll just tell Vox, let's tie him up, but make sure we cover his mouth so he was casting spells. So let's make sure he can't.
Good idea. So while he's doing the ritually casting the magic, I will apply the manacles. Is there anything? Do I see anything like a big, maybe kind of anchor point where I could chain him to it?
Yeah, in the room itself, it's full of like desks and there's a couple like workstations. You can definitely find something to tether him down to.
Okay, so I want to do that, and I'll apply the manacles, and yeah, I guess I'll wait for Tybalt to resolve his spell.
Cool. And as you're like tying him up, Vox, you get the gag around his mouth so he can't talk, and you kind of flip him over to get the manacles on, and he starts to kind of stir a little bit, and in a very like muffled like voice starts to protest a little bit as he realizes like what's going on and that he's lost the fight and now he's being kind of restrained.
I am probably gonna punch him or something. I'm gonna hit up. I'm not gonna use like my bow or anything or a sword, but I probably just give him a good whack.
On or off?
Both. Yeah, I'm gonna hit him. I'm just gonna like probably close fist him on the head, just boom, just to remind him who's in charge.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll an attack. Just do a unarmed strike.
It's a 7.
All right, yeah. I mean, he's restrained. You should have done it with advantage, but yeah, he's restrained. You're able to just hit him up alongside the head, and he kind of looks at you a little bit angry, but he kind of realizes the situation he's in. What are you guys doing?
I think we all have some questions about where the orcs are coming from. I'm going to ask him that first. I mean, at this point, we don't know his name, right? So I'm just going to, orc, where's your home base? Who's your leader?
And he's still gagged, so.
Oh, that's right. Well, like I said, I'd probably wait for Tybalt's thing to resolve. Does anything come of that?
Yeah, and Tybalt, you cast your detect magic, and you don't find anything. So, okay, let me paint the picture for you. In your general vicinity, you get a very strong sense of magical aura from the tree that's coming out of the well there.
Okay.
But no like magical items per se, like in your direct vicinity.
Got it. All right.
And after I see Voslaslan Nakata hit Granok, I'm gonna go up and hit him too.
And where do you hit him?
In the same spot.
All right, and then you see he has like his head just gets like lurched to the left, and he's got this like bola that's starting to like swell up a little bit after he's got hit in the head twice by a dude made out of stone and a fucking big ass half orc. And he just kind of hisses at you guys and is just like,
Okay, sit down here on the desk.
All right, what's our move here, guys? Do we want to already start interrogating him? Tybalt, I think I don't think he can cast any spells in his current situation. I mean, I might be wrong, but
might as well.
We took all his magical components. He's chained. I think we're probably okay to ungag him for a little bit and question him.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Agreed. I'm gonna set up my spiritual weapon right behind him.
Mhm.
So if he even tries to cast a spell, I'll knock him unconscious again.
So I'm gonna say to this orc, you seem smart enough to realize the circumstances that you're in, the scenario you're in here. If we detect that you're lying in any way, shape, or form, your life is over. I am going to ungag you, and you are going to answer our questions. And if you decide not to, or you try to resist, you're going to have some very dire consequences. And at that point, I'm going to take his gag out and repeat my prayer question. Who's your leader?
he spits at you.
I'm going to slap him.
Okay, yeah, he like hisses at the pain a little bit, and he still just looks up at you with content.
I'm gonna grab my hand axe and I'm gonna chop off some of his toes on the right foot.
Dude, I was just gonna say I'm gonna chop off his pinky, but go on. You read
You
my
fucking
mind.
ghost, Cynthia? The chair's not even faced at the thing, ghost, Cynthia? So as you take your hand axe, you kind of get it in between the like little piggy, like in between the toes, and you just force it down, and one comes off, and he kind of lets out like not a howl, but he just as he just feels his appendage being separated from his body.
I'm gonna tell him in Orcish, answer his goddamn questions.
And in Orcish, he looks you back dead in the eyes, Ragongar, and he says, "None of these answers matter. You guys are all doomed."
This is a waste of time.
Yeah, this is exactly what the other person said too. At Big Al's farm.
All right, so what do we do here? Are we done with him?
Well,
Kill him.
why don't we check out the tree first? So Zavantek wants to walk over and look down the well.
Can I chop off his arm first to see if he talks? And then if he doesn't, then we'll kill him. If we started with fingers, let's chop off a whole hand.
I think you can do whatever you want.
You're trying to chop off his arm?
Yeah.
With what?
With my dagger. If not, I have a
that's gonna be a little
rapier.
bit tough because I mean it's an arm and you have a dagger, but
I have a rapier. It's thin, but it's long.
Cynthia, whoa, chill out, okay? This is gonna be. Come on, dude.
Funny. Cochino.
You're the one saying it. Oh,
you can-
willy-nilly.
You can borrow a weapon if you're trying to do something like that. I'm sure one of our compatriots will allow you to borrow it.
And I
for a quick
just
second.
go and like take who has a sword? Saxlan's sword and like unsheath it and then just go and then like sheath it back. Thanks. Like that.
I'm gonna have you do an athletics check because I feel like that would require a good amount of strength to lop off somebody's arm.
True. Okay, 1 second.
In one hit, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, you said strength, yes?
Yeah, athletics.
Oh, athletics. -1. Cool. Oh, so I got a whopping 3.
So as you go to like just swing into this dude's arm, like you kind of just like glance his shoulder and you kind of like shave off like maybe like, I don't know, a good half inch of skin.
Mm.
And he just kind of winces in pain, and he like looks at it as the blood starts to pool around the wound, and he looks up at you and he says, "You filthy cat, you'll get nothing."
So then I grabbed dirt and I shove it into the freaking wound and said, "Tell me who your leader is." And I put my claws in his throat, or
And
I'll rip
he-
out your throat.
And he winces in pain, and he says, "Lord Talos is coming for you all. It's too late. The ritual should already be done by now."
So while this is all going on, I've been looking at Tybalt. Oh, what kind of reaction am I getting?
Oh, you're
Uh,
muted, Edgar.
Muted.
Tybalt is letting you guys do the do what you have to do to get the information out of him. He's not someone who's looking for what's it called? Fuck, what's that word? Looking for to like do anything good. He is plain evil. So what happens to him, I don't really care.
Good.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
and so to you, Cynthia, he tells you that that Lord Talos is coming for you all, and that it's too late. The ritual should be cast by now, and you guys will all be consumed by thunder and lightning.
Ooh,
Very, very frightening.
Oh,
very, very frightening. Okay. So with that being said, I like glare into his eyes and I just rip out his throat.
Yeah,
um,
it's time.
all right, yeah. He
Five.
blood just coats you, Cynthia, as you rip through his throat, and just his jugular just gets severed and just starts spewing this like black blood just all over you, and it kind of steams a little bit in the cold air as it hits you, and you're covered in black blood, and Granick is dead.
I turn around to my team like, yeah, because I'm like, in blood rush kind of like amped up mode. I see red.
I'm gonna
but,
give you a big old high five.
kind of jump up and give him a high five. Wait, how tall
Um,
are you?
I'm like 6'8", I think.
Okay, then yeah, I jump up
Big.
and give
I
him a high
remember
five.
our whole party is like giants. Was there any, I look over to Tybalt, does it feel like the magical force is weakened at all? If not, I think we need to go down and see what's going on with this tree. I think we went down there, didn't we? Didn't we climb down before? Maybe not this well.
Down this well, we haven't. Is
Or
there
down,
anything-
it's a well, right, Ronnie, that the tree's coming out of?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go check out the trees.
We haven't.
Hey, can you guys see
opened up-
that X that's right there?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
That was an accident, and for some reason I can't get it to go away, so just ignore
okay.
it.
What if there's something there?
Yeah, there's a room we haven't explored yet. So Gon is kind of interested
Oh.
in that.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna open the door.
Let me
Have
take a
someone
look,
else
see if
do
it's
it.
locked or unlocked.
So the door is not locked.
Okay. Let me open it just slightly. I don't know how that works as far as like vision, but
Are you
I
trying to be
just-
stealthy?
yeah, I guess I am. I guess I am.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. Oh, give me a second here. Damn, 6.
Okay, so you just swing the door open, and it goes like scrapes against the ground, and you like try to like press your ear up against it, but you kind of like slipped a little bit, and your like shoulder bumped the like door open like more than you expected, and in the room, you find 4 twig blights that come to life and are now going to attack you guys. Go ahead and roll initiative.
And Gon goes, guys. Whoops. Okay.
Is the Bantic part of this? Because she's like way out there and
Yeah, just roll. Go ahead and roll initiative. Anyway,
Okay.
you'll just kind of, be where you are.
And I guess I did try and say that, guys, relatively loud.
guys.
Hey, you guys.
All right, what did everybody get?
20.
16.
8.
20, 16 for Tom, 8 for Box, right?
Mhm.
You know what I feel that twig blights sound like?
Not you
do-
telling me your initiative roll.
11.
Thank you.
So Don's been looking out the window for like 10
Tibble and
minutes.
Bagan, what did you guys get?
Sorry, I'm looking for it now. It's
Got
12.
12.
Please tell me what they sound like, Cynthia.
Tibble and Gon got 12.
Cool,
I,
thank you.
I feel like, or at least in my imagination, they sound like in WoW when a warlock has one of those little imps and they go,
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
When you summon them.
Yes.
How I envision little twig blights.
All right, so Zabantik, you're up first. You hear Gon kind of stumble a little bit as you hear all this. Cynthia and Jinx and Ragongar and Vox kind of having been interrogating this guy. You no longer hear any sounds coming from him, and you hear this like splat. A few moments after, as you're inspecting the tree, you hear just like a and like a wah, as like the door gets like shoved open accidentally, and you just hear wah, kind of coming from the other room, and you gather that your party kind of stumbled into some shit. What are you doing?
I would like to yell over and be like, "You guys good?"
Yeah.
So since Ragongar's high pitched response made me feel fine, I am not going to go over there. I
Okay.
want to look down the well.
Okay, cool. And then when you look down the well, you see that there is this large trunk coming through up and out of the well. And it very much like I described it before, it's this really thick, gnarled kind of wood that looks dead at first glance, but the tree is very much alive, and it has very new growth in some of its branches. And what do you do besides?
Well, so can I
look
see
at
the
it?
bottom of the well?
No.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna use my claws.
brief historical thing, because you missed a lot of the last session. These vines, if I'm not mistaken, Ronnie, they were attached to some of the baddies, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
More like
Oh,
some of
you
the
were here
baddies
for
were
that.
attached to the vines.
Okay.
I want to pull out my claw and I want to like
Where was it?
cut through.
Just
Oh yeah, you just like, like cut through. I want to like try to like get some sap out of the tree if I can.
Okay, cool. Absolutely. Let me find out where this is at. I need you to do an unarmed strike.
Okay, so 23 to hit.
23 absolutely hits. How much damage do you do?
Oops, I did the wrong thing. 3. Claws, right? You want me to use claws, not unarmed strike.
Do you have something for your claws? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, in that case, yes. So what's the damage?
3.
Cool. So as you dig your claw like through the flesh of the tree, when you go to inspect it, you look to be what you would expect to see sap. However, it's very thick and it's very dark red.
Dark red.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna lick it.
You're gonna what?
Lick it?
Yeah.
It tastes like blood.
Ooh,
ooh.
okay. I like.
Weird.
Ugh. And so I tell Vox, and I think that's it for my turn.
Cool. Yeah, I would say so. All right. After her, the twig blights are going to go ahead and attack. And say this is A, this is B, this is C, this is D. A is going to run up here. He's going to attack you, Gone.
Go ahead.
I'll allow it.
10 to
Whoops.
hit, so he fails, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. B is going to come in here as well, and he's going to attack you.
Um,
Is he then sharing the space with the weapon?
The weapon's kind of
symbol-
like floating. It's just kind of existing in like space.
Okay.
So he gets a 9 to hit, so he misses as well.
Okay.
C is going to run out here, and he's going to attack you, Jinx.
Not me.
Getting a, God, these guys are really shit. 8 to hit.
No.
I used all my good rolls
Denied.
yesterday or last week. And then Tybalt D's going to run down and attack you. Getting a 20 to hit.
The hell?
Yeah, I'll let it.
All right, so it's going to be four
I'll let
piercing
it.
damage.
How much?
4. And then Ragongar, you're
Oh,
up.
thanks for
You
questioning. I
see,
was like, oh,
you
yeah.
see Gon kind of fall through this door a little bit. These twig blights attack him immediately. You don't know what Zabantik is doing. What do you do?
I'm gonna put myself right about there.
Okay.
Pull out the ruler. Okay, so I'm gonna put myself a little bit more like squeezy over here.
Squeezy.
And then I'm going to cast Sword Burst. So all creatures in a 5-foot radius around me must succeed in a dexterity saving throw of 12.
Okay, does that include
Um,
Gon and Jinx?
It includes everyone.
So what's the radius?
5 feet.
We have to do a what saving throw?
DC 12.
These two.
Yeah, so
Dexterity.
A, B, and C definitely get caught in it, so does Gon and Jinx.
Okay.
So A gets a 16. B gets a 11. And C gets a 3. So A succeeds, the other two don't. What do you get?
Oh, damn. You guys got hit. Shit.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 1, but then I got a +7, which helped. But fuck.
All right. Oh,
Cynthia, check your Zoom chat for me, please.
yeah. Maybe that's the last time I'll do something like that. But here we go. All right.
Sorry.
Take 6 damage.
Cool. So C and B and C just absolutely just get shattered by the damage, and they're dead.
All right. Gon is taking the 6 damage.
Nah. And apologize to my party members. And my turn is done.
No worries. After Ragongar, it is Gon, and Tybalt, you're after him.
All right. And A is still up, you said?
Yeah, A's still up. He succeeded on his dex save.
Well, I'm engaged with this guy, so let me see. This is kind of weird. Would I be able to step into the room to the right here, Ronnie, and get to like his other side? So I'm just like staying close to him and doing
Yeah,
that.
he's a tiny creature, so you can move around him just fine.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just move into the room just to give a little bit more space in the area.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna cast Eldritch Blast at point blank range on this motherfucker.
Cool, roll it.
First roll is 19,
Hits.
and that is 14 damage.
Nice.
So like as you like maneuver around this tiny little like twig creature, you like start to gather your like eldritch energy in your hand, kind of like at your side as you're just like keeping your eye on him and maneuvering around him. And as soon as he notices like what you're doing, he like turns at you and goes, ah! And then you just fucking shove it down his face, and like his whole like head just gets blasted off with your eldritch blast.
Nice.
He's dead.
All right. And let me check one thing. I just want to make sure this is correct. Okay, so since I just took him out to 0 HP, my Dark One's blessing kicks in. You see
Yep.
some essence coalescing off his body into my hand, and I will gain 9 temp HP. And let me see. So that was about 5 feet of movement there. Let me go ahead and move 15 feet back into the room here. And I'm just going to look at the D creature and use my second Eldritch Blast in his direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Roll it.
That is 11.
11 hits.
Okay, cool. And that is going to be 5 damage.
Cool. And as you, same thing, you like blast the first one, and then you see that Tybalt's kind of interacting with the other one over there, and you run over and you slam the other one with your second Eldritch Blast, killing him in the process as well.
Nice. And at that point, I'm kind of just like looking around to see if there's any other little creatures or anybody else engaged. And like I feel like we're okay, but I just announce to the group and say, stay on your toes. I don't know if there will be more. And that's my turn.
And then we'll just kind of keep the initiative up just so that we can explore. Tybalt, you're up, and then Jinx, you're up after her.
After her.
I mean, after him.
That's what I was just
Yeah, I
thinking.
was like,
wait,
see?
I think I heard it wrong, but I didn't apparently.
Hopefully that reminds me of yesterday. with
Ah,
Trinity.
that fool was crazy.
Anyways,
What happened?
Andre's
Share with the
brother
class.
Andre's brother was like, he was so drunk that he was telling people, "Hey, you think I'm gay?"
What?
Yeah.
out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then maybe it makes
Literally.
you think that.
Yeah.
And then
Alright.
we're like, I don't know. Do you think you're gay? Because it's fine. It's totally fine. And he's like, no. He's like, no, I am. And we're like, wait,
Okay.
like,
Okay,
are you
fine.
serious? And he's like, no. We're like,
Drunk
okay.
words or sober thoughts.
Dude, what the hell?
Hey, yeah. Maybe it courage enough to say it.
Yeah, and everyone and his parents were there too, and they're like,
Oh.
"Hey, it's fine if you are. It's fine if you are. Well, we still love you the same." And his friends are like, "We got to get him to sleep."
Yeah.
But anyways, I will move into. Are we doing 30 feet of movement?
Yeah, whatever your regular movement is.
You could
So we'll
sprint,
move.
right?
You can always dash.
Oh yeah, you could take it. Yeah.
Yeah, take a dash. So 20. Yeah, I'll probably dash because the this area here, that's a staircase, right?
Yeah, that is a spiral staircase that seemingly leads up to the second story.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was a second floor.
I will call out to the group and tell them there's a staircase here going up. Should we wait for the group and
Wait,
get
didn't
Boston's
Jinx
magic?
go up there? Didn't somebody go up there?
She kind of started to, then I realized where she was trying to go up was just a
Yeah.
roof, not an actual room, so I corrected
Okay.
and didn't want to
Alright.
take it away from her. So
Yeah, I technically only explored the first floor.
I'm
Okay.
gonna yell back to Tybalt and say, we should explore.
And I'll move and descend into the second floor. My movement only takes me to the second floor, so I'm gonna wait until the party comes with.
okay,
so
but
that,
that's where you want to end.
Yeah. Just so that you don't have like 2 different maps going at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Let me just. Can you guys see that?
Ronnie, can't see
You're in a tree.
anything. You blocked everything up.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's the second floor. Right?
Yeah.
But not where Tibble is.
But
No,
yeah,
no.
he's about to expose it.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. My dad's calling me. Give me 1 second.
Hey, while we're here, Dave, sidebar. So.
You forgot how it works. That's okay. So pretty
Not
much-
it. I just wanted to verify if it's.
Look,
yeah.
pretty much anytime you fail an ability check, like
Hold on.
remember he had you make a check to see if you cut the guy's arm off
Yeah.
and you failed it. But if it was anything that you have proficiency with and you failed the
Yeah, so
ability
that-
check,
That's a something knack. I can do that to just re-roll, right?
you don't re-roll it. You add a D8 to the roll if it fails, if
Okay.
you choose to add it. So pretty much you have those 6 uses, and technically you have 7 because it says the first time you do it, it doesn't actually
Right.
use a slot. So
Okay,
you
that
have
was
7
my
of those
question.
uses, and you can use them in that way. When you fail an ability check that you have that blue
Anything that I
dot
have a
on,
blue dot with, yes.
yeah,
Got it.
then you can add the D8 and see if that makes it
3.
successful. So
1d8. Oh, yes,
Yes.
here. 1d8, and if they feel very sonic powers you have. Okay, got it. That was, thank you. That clarifies it.
yeah, so you got to do that. That's fucking
Yeah, I
crazy.
will.
That's
And
pretty
yeah,
much
just
like a
touching
that's
up,
like
not
a
on saving
double.
throws, just proficiencies.
It's like a double guidance almost.
Hmm.
Okay. I'm back.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and then I was just clearing this room here. And Tybalt is there. Cool. All right. So yeah, is that all you could do, Edgar, with your turn?
Yeah, unless you allow me to like search around in here, but I used my dash, so
You can look around. I mean, you can look around and perceive the room. So as you kind of gather that this is just sort of like I don't want to say like a hallway, but there's not really anything in this room other than like there's a couple shelves on the wall that have just like some like knickknacks and stuff, but it seems to be very what's the word I'm looking for? It's just kind of like it almost looks like ransacked, like things are just kind of on the floor. One of the like shelves is like displaced and like leaning over, and like some of the like items have fallen over and like onto the ground. Everything, I mean, gathering what you have about the rest of the first floor, like a lot of this area looks very like ransacked and empty.
Okay, and I still have my detect magic up. Anything coming from this area?
Nothing in this room.
Then that's it.
Okay. What's the radius on that?
It is 30 feet, but will not go through stone or any sort of can't penetrate most. It can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay, yeah. So you don't find anything in this room. You do sense something though, but you know that it's not in this room.
Gotcha. Okay, that's my turn.
All right. After that, it is Jinx. What are you doing?
Okay, so I forgot where I was.
You're right. I'm pulling it back up.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I also like to like just hustle upstairs. And
How? Which way?
I'm sorry,
Are you going up the same way Tybalt did?
is there another way?
Yeah. There's stairs in another area that you were. Remember, you were on stairs before.
Oh yeah, wasn't that here?
No, that was up in the hallway up north.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I don't want to backtrack all the way over here and jump up there. Oh, I thought it was here. Yeah, no, not all the way there. Yeah, the same way Tybalt went.
Okay.
One second. Measuring. Oh shit. It's fine.
There.
So if I'm correct, I still got 15 feet of movement.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go here, if you can see my little icon.
Okay, yeah, that's a wall.
Oh, are these the doors?
No, those are shelves, like bookcases, like
Oh.
shelves. That's what I was trying to explain.
Is there no door in this room?
Like, give me a perception check.
Ah, okay. Natural 20, 23.
20. There are no doors in this room.
Do I detect any? Do I detect anything with my natural 20? Any fucking like holes in the
Yeah, you do. So as you look around, you see that there is a window that kind of looks out to the ground below on the first floor. You see that there's still those like boars that are just kind of eating those fucking calabazas. And but you do see that against the bookshelf that is right in front of you, Cynthia.
Mhm.
You do see that there seems to be some like scratch marks on the wall, like alongside of it. Where you kind of gather that maybe something has been moved along the wall.
Can I move the shelf over or like pull books like this to see if anything goes?
Sure. And as you do so, you hear the bookshelf kind of go a little bit as it scrapes against the ground, and you see a little bit of light kind of coming through from behind it.
Okay, so then I shove that bitch.
All right, cool. And you expose that there is a secret door there that leading into the room.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnels. Yeah, so you find a hidden door that leads to this room below, and it seems to be the only bedroom in this building so far. You see a large king size bed. There's a
Damn.
workstation, like a desk sort of deal. There is a fireplace kind of tucked away in the corner. A couple different like cabinets, or what are they called? Armoires or whatever.
Words. Well, this is the end of my movement, but I yell at fucking what's this behind me?
Tybalt.
I yell at fucking Tybalt. I was like, hey, there's a secret room in here. Because he's probably the only one who can hear me because he's the only one up here. And
Yeah.
that's the end of my turn.
Okay, cool. After Jinx, it's Voxaslin, and then back up to Spentic.
Okay. Everything that I'm seeing in front of me with Sabantic cutting open the tree and licking it, there's no way this tree is natural, right?
No, and you guys gathered that it had a magical aura earlier.
Earlier, but it doesn't anymore.
If you want to give me an arcane check.
Okay.
Tybalt has a detect magic and he's gone, so.
It's an 11.
An 11, yeah, you do get the sense that there is something magical about this. This doesn't seem like a normal tree to you.
Should we cut this thing down, or?
Fine with that.
I'm gonna cut off one of the maybe bigger, I don't know what these are, vines, tentacles, whatever the hell they are. I'm gonna cut off one of the bigger ones and see if it does anything. If it looks like it weakens anything or what.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
Okay. It's a 12.
With 12, you're not quite able to hack into it.
Okay. I guess my turn's over.
You want to try again? You get 2 attacks.
Yeah. It's a 19 this time.
Yeah, absolutely hits.
Okay. So 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay. And you lop off one of the vines, and you just start to see like blood oozing out from each half of the, or each separate side of the wood there. And yeah, I mean, nothing else really happens.
Okay, that's my turn.
Okay, don't wear it out. After that, we're back up to you, Zabantik. What are we doing?
I'm a little stumped. I feel like this has something probably to do with the boars outside, and Zabantik feels like there's a correlation between the boars and the missing loggers.
Yep.
And I think that I'm gonna dig my claws in a little deeper and like pull out a flask that I had emptied. I emptied the wine out for ranger guy that told like pretty much sent us over here. So I'm gonna try to like drain some of this blood into that flask.
Okay, yeah, you can do so.
And I'm gonna make my way outside and try to interact with one of the boars. So
All right, yeah, you can use your movement. So just map that out.
all right, so I'll just make my way over there. All right, I'm done.
Okay. After Zabantik, it is Ragongar with Gon after him.
So I'm gonna yell upstairs. Anything interesting?
Are
Found
we
a
able to
secret
respond?
room.
Okay, yeah. Secret room.
You hear this choir of like those hippie guys from somewhere out in the woods. Secret room.
Right, so I'm gonna take the dash action.
Okay.
And I'm going to dash upstairs.
Okay.
Where is the secret room?
Where Jinx is.
To the south of you. To the south of where Tybalt is, where Jinx is.
Okay, yeah. All right, then I'm gonna run down in here and I'm gonna look around.
Cool. Yeah, and you see that there is a fireplace that isn't lit in the corner. There is an armoire to your to the west or east. There's a desk with some papers and like I don't know what seems to look like a dagger on it. To the north, there's a very large bed. To your west, you can see that the floor is kind of patchy. This is kind of really, you know, an old rundown mansion and looks like it's been lost to time. What are you doing?
I'm gonna sit down and take a read of these papers.
As you sit, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Just picture the chair crumbling underneath Ragongar.
5.
It's all so as you rifle through the papers, you see what seems to just be like a lot of words that you don't want to take the time to read. Nothing really sticks out to you. You see like there's some drawings of what looks to be like a boar. There's like some lightning bolts kind of here and there, and but you don't really, with a 5, you don't really like find anything.
I'm just gonna put down the papers and go, boring.
Ah. Ah.
It's appropriate.
So I've got a little bit more movement. I guess I'll get up and go and like open this closet here and investigate in there.
You can find some old tattered robes that seem to have been or belong to the magician that lived here before.
Magician.
Yeah. um, they're very worn by time. There's very patchy and lots of holes in them. Made out of a very fine silk type of material with like a felt lined inside to keep them warm, but very much tattered and frayed in a lot of areas. You don't really like sense anything magical about them.
Nothing magical. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it like over my head.
Hey,
And then
Google.
like,
Stop timer.
so that I'm kind of like wearing them.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
And then I,
They don't quite fit over your like shoulders, so it's kind of like I don't
the
know.
idea is I'll just show them to the group. And if someone wants them, they'll be like, hey, I could use that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys ever wanted to dress as like an old ancient wizard, that would be the thing to wear.
Well, one of us has proficiency with disguises, so
And I'm done.
Person will probably never use it, so
Hey, first of all, I'm gonna leave the option to whoever. But does it have stats?
no, it doesn't.
No.
First
Okay
of all, through God, all things are possible.
then. Oh my god.
All things.
All right,
So
go.
then I'm the one right next to him, and I go yoink, and then I put it in my bag.
It's not your turn.
Oh, you're right. My sorries.
Gone, you're up with Tybalt coming, bringing in the rear.
Okay, let me go ahead and go upstairs with them.
Fuck.
Sorry, I was about to say it too. Okay. And to get me upstairs, that's about like 20 feet of movement. So I'll use the remaining 15. Is there anything here where, so I'm gonna stand right next to it, but like right next to Gone on the floor, there seems to be something there. Is there like a I guess I want to know what that is on the floor, if it's anything.
What is on the floor? Sorry.
So I see like some kind of like some chicken scratches, like 3 little.
That's just where like the floor has kind of like fallen out and
Okay.
been like repaired very like shoddily. Like it's not the best repair job.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, and this place is, somewhat old, even if it is stone, can I kind of go against the wall and just push against it? Not like forcefully, just kind of just like, when you're like feeling something out, or when you're pushing like a little inflatable tube thing, kind of just like push it back and forth.
Right where you are there, up against that
Yeah,
wall.
correct.
Nothing's really moving.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm really trying to see if there's anything in here. Tybalt, do you got any anything on your end?
Nothing in here, but I sense something around nearby.
Okay. Since Tybalt says that he senses something, can I do my own Arcana check?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. That's an 8.
An 8, you do feel a slight magical aura, but given that the tree is still in this courtyard and up, kind of reaching up into the second floor, you're not quite able to like pin it down to a specific location because there's kind of just magic all around.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, then I'm kind of stumped at the moment, but maybe we can figure something out together. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. And then after that, it is Tybalt. You're up.
Hey, all right. I will move using that aura. I'm kind of gonna follow it. So, kind of like playing hot and cold. I'm gonna move south and try and go towards that thing that's giving off the aura.
So as you enter the room, Tybalt, your detect magic is like going off, and you can just really hone in on it now. Whereas before, you just kind of like weren't sure where it is. You now know that whatever is setting off your spell is kind of coming from this fireplace area.
Okay, I'll move over to it. And do I get a sense of what kind of magic this is giving off?
I don't know how to answer that. No, you know that it's very. I really don't know how to answer that. Damn.
I mean, what I guess what I'm trying to figure out is whether this thing it would be dangerous, or like sort of like spell.
No, you don't. It's not anything that you feel you have to worry about. It's more of an item that you kind of sense.
Okay, so I'll search the area for the item. Is it like in the fire?
So the fire isn't lit. It's just
Okay.
an empty fireplace. Underneath it, you find a secret. As you kind of dig through the ashes a little bit, you find that there's a secret compartment kind of hidden underneath it. You're able to open it up, and you pull out this really long staff. Excuse me, I've got the burps. You pull out this really long quarterstaff that is made seemingly from the wood from the tree. It's very twisted and gnarled. The end of it has these long frayed kind of like tendrily sort of wood vine looking things where I don't know, just imagine well, I can show you.
Imagine Dragons.
Basically. So you find a staff. I just put it in the main dungeon channel.
Whoa.
You find a staff that looks like that, and you gather that it's very magical.
All right. I'll pull it out almost like a magic trick where you think like that enclosure can't fit the size that I'm pulling out, and I'll look at Ragongar and be like, "Hey, Ragongar, check this out." And I'll like,
I'll give him that. I'll give him
Motherfucking
that
Mary
wink
Poppins.
of the wink that says like, "I'll identify that shit for you."
Yeah.
And I'll just move closer to here.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
That'll be my turn. Yeah.
And then after Tybalt, it's Jinx, and then Voxoslin. After Tybalt, it's Jinx, and then Voxoslin.
So
After Tybalt, it's Jinx, and then Voxoslin.
okay. So I would like to do two things. One, I want to look under. Oh, I keep using the stream as trying to move my token. I would like to look under this bed to see if I see anything that they were like hiding under here, any little boxes. I'm sorry?
An investigation check?
Okay. Do. 9.
You find an item. It looks to be kind of made out of wood. It's been painted. It's very humanoid in its form. It looks to be a small gnome that is wielding a quarterstaff, and he looks like he's very battle ready.
He looks like a collector's item.
Totally. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
It would be like
Okay. So I totally yoink that.
Yoink.
And I want to see underneath if it has like an edition number, like what, because I know that these little figures come in a series.
Oh, so you know about this?
Yes.
How does Jinx know about this? Give me history.
Because Jinx talks to a lot of people in the underbellies of the thieves'
Yeah.
ways. Okay. Chingada madre. 19. I know about
19.
these.
You know that this is a limited edition Blage action figure.
Oh yeah. So I'm keeping it.
Yeah.
Does it show me which edition? Like some of them are like ninja, some of them have a beer thing, some of them have like a wizard hat.
Battle form, like his pose or whatever, like ready to attack.
Nice. So I'm going to add this to my inventory. I'm just going to keep it because I decided it's mine. And I still have movement. The other thing I wanted to do was walk over to the fireplace over here next to your Gangar.
Mhm.
And I want to touch it to see if it's still warm or if it's cold as fuck.
That's a like armoire.
Oh, sorry. Where's the fireplace? Down here?
Bottom left.
Oh, over here?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to touch it to see if it's still warm in any way or if it's cold.
Colder than my ex's heart.
I know your ex, so yeah.
I know a couple of them, so.
Yeah, probably all of them. Okay, so I think that's all I can do at this moment. Thank you.
You're welcome. After that, it's a fuck test.
Well, I see that my comrades have been missing for a little bit, and I start to think that there might be more to this place than I originally thought. And I'm not feeling so great, so I kind of keep all that in mind. I start walking over to I have the fucking giant thing I cut off, right? So I'm dragging it around. I don't know how big it is, but
feet's worth of wood.
How much?
Like 3 feet, like a big old
3 feet. Okay, so I'm dragging around this big ass branch thing. And I'm gonna go towards the Bantic because I also think that the boars might be there might be more to them. I mean, they seem a little bit odd to me. But as I'm walking over to her, I'm gonna cure wounds myself because again, I'm not feeling so great. So that's a 10. So I heal for 10.
Cool.
Level one cure wounds. And let's see how far I can get. Yeah, I can get to pretty much right where she is. So I'm dragging my big old branch and I'm over here. And I'm also looking around like, so from where I am now, I mean, I'm inside a building, right? And obviously we can see in it because you have the vision like this, but there's actually like a roof on top of me.
So you're on the first floor.
Yeah.
The party members are on the second floor, and then there would be a roof above that.
Okay, but so like I'm indoors right now, technically. Okay. Oh, and then this right here, this is the other staircase, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just kind of looking around, making sure I understand where I am, how I can get upstairs in case I need to help them. Because I mean, they've been gone for a while. I can only imagine they went, away somewhere. That's it.
All right. Romantic, you're up. What are we doing?
So I want to make my way out to the boars.
And then just as a reminder, you guys came in through this hole in the wall.
Jump down, right?
There are 2 doors right here too that just lead to outside.
The front doors, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down here and let's see. I was like here. Okay. That's about as far as I can move. Can I grab a pumpkin off the floor and I'm gonna sprinkle some of the blood on it and kind of toss it over to one of the boars.
As you sprinkle the blood on the pumpkin, nothing really seems to happen. You toss it over to the board nearest you, and he just kind of moves away still. He comes.
And so then I'll kind of like step back a little bit.
Okay.
So they don't want anything to do with it.
They're not interested in like the blood. Like the blood isn't doing anything for them.
Okay.
If that's what you're trying to do. Like he has no interest in that. Like
Okay.
to him now, it's just a bloody pumpkin.
Bloody pumpkin now. Okay. Shit. All right. Well, I'm done then, I guess, because I really can't move anymore and I already used my action, so I can't dash. So
Okay.
I'm done.
After that, it is. Oops. Ragangar with Gon coming up after him. And we're back to number 2. All right, Gani boy. Or
Right,
Ragani.
so I'm gonna go up to Tybalt
Mhm.
and like ritually identify the staff he is carrying by touching it.
And as you take the time to cast the spell, your hands begin to glow with this. What color is your like eldritch energy?
Yes, purple.
Purple. Cool. So your hands start to glow this very neon, vibrant kind of purplish color. And as you touch the staff, you are enlightened. Kind of in the back of your head, you feel this kind of ping, and you know that this is a staff of lightning. I'm sorry, staff of thunder and
Is it
lightning.
a staff of thunder and lightning?
Thunder and lightning, yes, sorry.
Both. Makes sense because if you have one, you'll probably have the other, right?
Yeah. And just to give you a quick read, it is a staff that can be wielded as a magic quarter staff that grants +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with it. It also has the following additional properties. When one of these properties is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn. It has lightning.
Can't be fooled again.
Yeah, so when you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause the target to take an additional 2d6 lightning damage. When you hit with a melee attack using the staff, you can cause the staff to emit a crack of thunder audible out to 300 feet. When your target must succeed a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or become stunned at the end of your next turn. It also has lightning strike. You can use your action to cause a bolt of lightning to leap from the staff in a line that is 5 feet wide up to 120 feet long. Each creature in that line must make a DC 17 Dexterity saving throw, taking 9d6 lightning damage on a failed save, as much
Motherfuck.
as a successful one. It also has Thunderclap. You can use your action to cause the staff to issue a deafening thunderclap audible up to 600 feet. Each creature within 60 feet of you, not included, must make a DC 17 con save. On a failed save, creature takes 2d6 deafened for 1 minute. On a successful save, a creature takes half the damage and isn't deafened. You can also use your action to use Lightning Strike and Thunderclap properties at the same time. Doing so doesn't expend the daily use of those properties, only the use of this one.
OP as fuck.
This is a badass staff, guys.
Yeah.
Holy
Holy
shit.
shit. God, I don't use staves. Jesus Christ.
Right, anyway. So now I'm done with that. And I'm gonna walk over here and what's in there?
So here you can see that that's just a bench kind of in front of you. You do see that there is a small window that looks out to the courtyard. You can see the tree that Zabantik and Vox were kind of chopping up. When you look down, you see that the areas where they had chopped them off seemingly have like healed themselves. They're no longer bleeding. You can kind of see that there's a little bit of new growth there now too.
I'm gonna relay that to everyone in the room here. And then I'm going to walk over here and what do I find?
That's just a small drawer, like chest of drawers. You see some like common clothes in there, like some t-shirts, some like undergarments for like men,
Basic
T-shirts?
clothes.
maybe like boxers and stuff. Very
T-shirts?
and yeah, very just like tattered and worn. Nothing that looks of any value.
T-shirt.
And I'm gonna look back at Tybalt and be like, "Did you read those letters?" And that'll be my turn.
You.
Okay, and then after that it is gone. You're up.
Okay. So how did they get into that room?
Right here to the bottom left corner, there is a bookshelf
Okay.
where the door is.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't seem like there's any other secret doors in the room. So yeah. So I'll move into the room and I'll see. So who's holding the staff at the moment?
Tybalt.
Tybalt's holding the staff. Okay, so I see Tybalt holding the staff, and I look at mine, and I'm like, cool staff. And then I get to thinking, I'm like, I wonder if do they check under the bed? And I'll come over here and check under the bed.
Jinx did. She found a little mono of a gnome.
Okay.
monk.
Yeah, follow mono.
Is there another one?
Cardinal?
Yeah. Little duende.
Okay. So then in that case, it seems like they've been kind of doing things already here. So I'll use the rest of my movement to come over here. And I just want to look into the courtyard, see if I can see anything different from a higher up perspective. This is a window, right?
Yeah, window, correct. Yeah, and you see what Ragongar just saw. He sees that the tree is down there, and it's seemingly like healing itself. From where Vox and Zabantik were hacking away at it.
Okay. And now seeing that the tree is regenerating and kind of just growing in this center area, looking around the room, are there any similar sort of like stems or roots from that look like they're from the tree in the room that I'm in?
No, just the staff that Tybalt's holding. It seems to be made from similar wood, but you don't see anything from the tree itself outside of that, or besides that.
Okay. I'll kind of just point that out just in case and be like, hey, you guys notice how the staff looks similar to the tree that's growing out in the courtyard? And as I say that, I'm like, maybe there's more to this place, and I'll look to the north.
To the north, you see a set of double wooden doors that lead out to what you would imagine would be like a hallway, but they are closed.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think I can get to the doors on this turn, so yeah, I think I'll end my turn now. I've done enough.
All right, after Gone, it's Tybalt, and then Jinx after him.
Yeah. I think for now I'm just gonna equip the staff, but I'm not sure if I'll be the one that ends up using it. But I will move towards the hallway and open it. Or
And real quick
is it
before
locked?
you do, I will say that the staff does require attunement, so you can equip it.
Okay.
However, you wouldn't have access to any of its magical properties until you finish the long rest with it equipped.
Got it. Yeah, I do see that. Okay. Does it still give me the +2 to bonus attacks, or does it need to be
No, not yet.
fully?
No,
All right,
no.
so it's just like a staff.
It's just a staff for now, quarter staff.
Regular old staff. Okay. Oh shit.
Oh shit! I thought those were all hidden. Cool.
Oh shit.
Okay. um.
Good times.
Okay, let's see here.
Damn, what the heck are these things?
You see in this hallway that there are a large collection of sturges that are hanging from the rafters above. These sturges are kind of like bat-like creatures, really small. I mean, they're like about what the size of a bat would be. They're not like super crazy big or anything. And as you open the door, some of them start to kind of flutter their wings a little bit and are kind of adjusting to the sudden noise and just disturbing of their rest. However, they don't seem to be
Disturbance, yeah.
like, yeah, like they are kind of aware of your presence, but you haven't made yourself an immediate threat to them, so they're still kind of just hanging out.
Like whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit. That music hit hard.
Hello.
I turned that
Sorry, I
down.
just realized we haven't had any music this whole
Oh.
time.
I
put
had
it like
music
halfway.
on for myself,
Yeah.
so it like scared me.
It
It was,
scared
like,
me too.
clapping.
How's that
It's
for
like
you
when you
guys? Can you hear
Good.
it?
Good.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It sounds
It's
all
like when
magical
you
and shit.
It
when
sounds
you're
like
at a
from
restaurant.
Sounds like Chrono Cross.
I would say it sounds like a Super Nintendo game or something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Francine having the two soundtracks sounds like you're at a restaurant and you hear like the front of house music and then the banda in the
Yeah.
back. Kitchen.
I had to turn it off.
Yeah.
What I was listening to was very different than this.
What were you listening to, just out of curiosity?
I was listening to the Far Cry 6 theme OST.
Of course you were. Of course you were.
Dude, there's some
It's a
fucking good
banger,
songs.
Dave.
No, there's one banger, but they're fucking good.
Acting.
Cool.
Oh,
So
no,
yeah,
the
so you
connection's
see
bad.
that there are these bats kind of in the hanging up from the rafters. What do you do?
I will sort of like look at the group and say like put my finger up to my mouth and just say like be quiet, and I'll point to the ceiling and just hang tight to have us just regroup and together if we choose to either take them out or move without alerting them.
Why do you want to take out the bats?
These
Oh.
things look creepy.
Is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
Look at these guys. No, that's it.
Jesus.
I mean, they do look creepy, but they tiny. Where am I? Oh, not in the stream. Here we go. So, Nita, right here.
Wait a while. I'm listening.
So, actually, can I try to detect, since I had found the first secret room in by the ladder stairs, if there is any, if I'm I guess I shouldn't use that word, but if I can perceive anything around me that detects some kind of door
Give me.
or a secret safe, I
me-
don't know.
Are you investigating? Like how are you trying to perceive this? Or
So I'm looking at like is this made out of wood? So like if there's any wooden things out of line, if there's any books that look like they've been moved more, if there's any like lines that look like something's been shoved on the floor like the other bookcase was, like just like scanning everything.
okay, give me a perception check.
'22.
Yes, you find that there is seemingly this portion of the wall doesn't quite match the rest of the stone. Like it looks like it's made out of different stones than the rest of the wall.
Cool. So then I go ahead and go over to it and try to see if if I could push a stone, or if there's like I don't know, a candelabra or something nearby that I can tug on, stuff like that.
So as you push on the stone, it does kind of give way a little bit.
So I push it completely.
And you find this room here, which is an empty room. There is a small wooden chest that you can
Open that bitch.
and you open it.
Yes.
Oh boy! All right.
Oh God.
Pandora's chest.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm scared now.
So the
Okay.
chest is locked.
Oh, okay. So then I use my thieves tools and
Give me a sleight of hand check.
you got it. 22.
22. You're able to feel the tumblers in the lock itself, and you're able to get them to kind of like line up exactly where they need to be. And then you feel it click. And as you pull on the lock, it's still locked.
Itch. Even after it clicked.
Yep.
Hold on. What? Okay, I guess. Can I hack at it then?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess I could try again, but I mean, I rolled well, so that's not gonna help. It wasn't my roll that was the problem. So I'll
Right.
go ahead and smash it with the end of my dagger, like the butt part.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and roll an attack roll with your dagger.
Something smells burned. Turn everything off. Okay. Oh, it's a heater. Okay. Sorry, go on, Ronnie.
I don't know. You go on. What did you do?
He asked you to do an attack roll.
An attack roll. Okay, I'm sorry. Because I thought I smelled burning, so I got up. But it's just the heater. Okay, an attack roll. I'm sorry, what am I rolling?
An attack roll
It's just basic attack?
with whatever you want to attack with.
Oh, I am sorry. Let's do it with.
And because you have 2-weapon fighting, I'll let you attack twice.
Okay. So 19.
19 hits. How much damage do you do?
7.
7. And with the 7, you smash your dagger into the lock, and you see that you're able to kind of chip away at the like metal a little bit. It kind of I guess not chips away, but you're able to kind of create a large like dent into it where you slash into it with your dagger. It's still locked pretty firmly though.
So I go in with my second hit.
Go for it.
24.
Hits.
6 damage.
6 damage, and then you're able to just slash away at it, and you create another large chunk. And you can see that where you have slashed into it, like you've kind of dug into it pretty deeply, and it's although it's still locked, it looks much more feeble than it did before.
Is there a hole?
Yeah, you've definitely done a good amount of damage. It's still locked, however, but you think maybe with 1 or 2 more hits, you might be able to break it open.
Right. So, but I guess that's my action already, right?
Mhm.
Because I can't just like pry open the wood. Yeah. Okay. So then I just stay there stumped looking at it, but know that I'm almost there.
Okay.
And that's it.
After Jinx, it's Voxaslin, and then back up to Zabantic.
Okay, I am. Yes, back over here. Let's see, how far can I move? I guess I'm gonna just dash, and I am going to smear some of the blood on the boars. Maybe even like try to get it in their mouth from my branch that I'm carrying. I don't know, but is it still bleeding?
It's still bleeding, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to smear some of that blood on the boar, and like I said, maybe even try to get it into the mouth of the boar.
So the
These
boar,
poor
will not,
boars.
the boar will not let you get close, and it's going to try to run away.
Hmm.
So it'll come down here. This boar will kind of come down here too. You can continue to, I don't know, chase after it, I guess, but that's up to you. I'm just letting you know that it's not like willingly kind of going along with what you're trying to do.
Okay. I will try then to use my mage hand to smear some of the blood on them and see if that maybe is a little more sneaky.
Sure. Which one are you trying to do it to?
Whichever one's closest, it seems like it's probably easier to target or is less suspicious of me.
Cool. So the one that's closest to you is definitely there, and you can definitely reach it. How long? What's the range on your mage hand?
30 feet.
30 feet. You could definitely reach over and smear this blood. And as you do so, the blood or the boar kind of just like shakes its head and tries to like like shake the blood off, and it's very like perturbed and like bothered by this. And now it's like watching you very intently.
Okay, that's the turn.
All right. After Barker, back up to you, Zavantic. Yeah.
Okay. I am going to go. I'm going to take the dash action and run back in here.
Okay.
And I mean that's all I can really do, unfortunately. But I now perceive that the tree has healed itself, right?
Yes, you do.
And I will ponder this.
It's not an orb, so you can't
I
quite.
can still ponder it.
I know. All right. Is there anything else you want to do?
Well, I can't, so.
Okay. So after Zabantic, we're down to Angar. We're going after him.
Right.
Oh, you're back up there. Sorry.
Okay, good. Whoops. So I'm gonna run in here. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna smash that chest open.
Oh yeah, Ragongar smash.
Ragongar smash.
Yeah, just like bring the freaking like light bringer down on it.
Cool. Roll an attack roll.
Does a nat 20 with 28 hit?
So as you come down with your nat 20, the magical lock that was in place just smashes to pieces, and the like door of the chest just lurches open as you just see little bits and pieces of wood, like splintered wood, kind of covering the contents of it. You find that the chest contains 112 gold, 37 silver pieces, and 58 copper pieces.
That's it.
You also find that there is a cloak that is inside the chest and a small box that is very rectangular in nature. It's maybe about like a foot in length, maybe 6 inches wide.
I could open it.
As you open the inside of the box, you find a very kind of fancy, like satin lined box that is cushioned. In the center of it, resting in this box, is a black steel rod.
Black steel rod.
Correct.
Okay. If I touch the rod, what does it do?
Nothing. I mean, it just seems to be a rod made of steel. As far as you can just touching it. Touching it doesn't like activate anything.
I look at Jinx and like, I'm not gonna say anything, but my look should convey something like, you can have the ship. And I'm gonna leave out here and like look down at these little spidey fuckers. I don't know. I don't like them. I don't like
I
them
don't
at
like 'em.
all. Don't. But you know, I'm just gonna pull up my javelin since I get to take a second attack if I attacked once in my turn.
Oh.
And I'm going to throw it up right here.
You will get all of them.
And I will say, come away.
Cool. Go ahead and roll the attack roll, and then roll your lightning damage too.
Does a 10 hit?
Let me find out. A 10 does not hit.
Okay, I'm gonna use my inspiration to redo that.
Okay.
Does a 20 hit?
20 absolutely hits. Roll your damage.
All right, good. Okay, so it's gonna be 8 plus 46.
Correct. What's the 46?
So it's gonna be 14, so 22 total damage to everything.
And as you do, the lightning bursts out from your staff, and you see that all of these Sturges here are just consumed by the lightning, and they all just explode in a poof, and they're all dead.
Yeah, poof.
Except for that. Tybalt just stepped on it for that, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, now the air is just filled with that like smell of like burnt iron almost that like comes with like electricity, and just like burnt flesh and hair as these like tiny little bodies are just like sizzling on the ground.
Mhm.
And at the end of my turn, I will use my weapon bond to return the javelin to its rightful spot on my belt.
Cool.
I'm done.
Rah! Cool. After Ragongar, it is gone, I believe, right? Yep, gone. You're up.
All right.
Man, I thought that thing was gonna be so cool.
So, I kind of see everything go down, and I look at Tybalt, and then I turn around and look at Ragongar, and I'm like, it wasn't me this time. I wasn't even close to the door. That was Tybalt. And that
Honestly,
being said,
if you would have opened that door and seen all those things, I would have laughed so hard because you found the orcs in the first room. You found the
yeah.
You don't have the best luck going through doors.
Yeah, I'm a little put off opening doors. So I'll walk past Tybalt and stand here. Now you said all those little lines are like repair jobs, right? Okay.
In the floor, shoddy repairmanship.
So as far as like besides the kind of worn wood, what else do I see in this hallway?
You see that above one of the mantelpieces, there's a head of an onkeg, which is the bug creature you guys fought at the loggers camp. That's been like mounted almost as a trophy, like a hunter's trophy. But besides that, You don't really see much. It's mostly just like a hallway that you're in currently. There are several doors that you can see in front. There's like two, one straight in front of you, like up at the top. There's
Yeah.
one to the left there. And then besides that, there's just the hallway to the right, but you can't really see around there yet.
So I see the Ankeg trophy head or whatever that's on the wall, and I'll say, guys,
Mhm.
look, it's one of those things that we fought. And I'll say maybe this means we're headed in the right direction. And as I'm walking forward, I kind of just continue speaking and saying, there's a couple extra doors here, but our luck with doors right now is not very good. That being said, I am gonna get to this door. I'm not gonna open it. I don't want to even like touch it, but I want to see if I can hear anything on the other side of the door.
On the other side of the door, you kind of just hear like the sounds of nature. I mean, you kind of,
Christmas.
yeah, you
Yeah.
hear the birds chirping, the rustling of the leaves and the like pumpkin patches below you.
Okay. That being said, as I'm like walking through the hallway, I also remember that Tybalt said there was like some sort of magic somewhere around the area. And I remember sensing something. I just couldn't, figure out where it was around. So I kind of want to do another Arcana check here.
Okay, and then you don't even have to roll for it. You don't really sense anything new. You kind of gather that what you were sensing before is probably what was like the staff that Tybalt was holding.
Oh, okay.
Nothing else kind of is like pinging your radar.
Got it. Okay. And I think I'll just do the same thing with just a little bit of movement that I have left. I want to come over to this door, and just do the same thing. Listen to see if I hear anything on the other side.
You hear a very faint sound of water dripping. You hear that like tweak, 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 almost like it was coming out of a faucet. That's like not quite shut all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not. Yeah, I'm not hearing anything, particularly interesting, but I will. I don't have movement unless I sprint, but I've already taken a couple actions. So, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here. I'll still be facing the door for my turn, and that will be it.
Nice. Okay. After that, it's Tybalt. What are you doing?
Gonna move. So Gon didn't open this door, right?
No, he didn't.
All right, I'm opening it.
All right. Let me just check something here. I want to make sure.
I'm gonna do it stealthily.
Stealthily. Okay. Give me a sleight of hand check, I guess.
Ooh.
Or just
Okay,
a stealth check.
alright,
Give me a stealth check. Give me a stealth check. That's fine.
Ah, shit. I would rather sleight of hand. I have disadvantage on stealth. All right, here we go.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check. I'll let you do a sleight of hand check then.
I'll
Okay,
allow
okay,
it.
cool.
I changed it. We'll ignore that one.
All right, that's an 11.
Cool. With an 11, the door, and you're opening it?
Yeah.
Oh boy. With an 11, the door opens up to just a platform that leads to the outside, and you can gather that from where you're at in relation to the rest of the house, you're above where the steps to the front door are, where the like balcony kind of is, and it seems to just be a flat balcony.
Okay.
Open air, open to the outside air.
Interesting.
It's just a little platform there.
Is there a nice view from the balcony?
Yeah, you can see that, like the sun's getting low a little bit. So like a lot of the birds in the area are now starting to like find their like places in the trees to just kind of rest for the night. You can kind of hear the rustling of the boars in the pumpkin patches below you. You feel a refreshing gust of wind that caresses your face very gently. You feel very refreshed.
I'll just take a nice deep breath in because it's a little stuffy in this house, and
Yep, absolutely.
go over to God and just let him know there's nothing there, just a balcony. Can I check this one as well that Gon is facing towards?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Are you doing that stealthily as well, or?
Yeah.
So,
I'll open it very
Do I have to
slowly.
move out of the area for him to get there?
yeah, I would say that you would have the wherewithal to know that he's trying to open the door, and you would just kind of let him by.
Okay. Yeah.
As you enter that, you see that the room has a very conical roof. It's very pointy up at the top, and there is a very large bathtub in the center of it. I should probably undo that. You see that there's a very large bathtub in it. There is a
Geralt in there.
a what?
Never mind.
Oh,
Sorry,
Geralt.
Geralt in there.
You see that there's a still water pump that's kind of coming up from the floor, and it's like not quite sealed all the way. It's like dripping kind of steadily into the bathtub. The water is kind of murky. You don't know when the last time it was changed or used was.
Ugh. All right. I'll just say, looks like this area is clear as well. Let's keep moving around, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, and there's nothing really of note there. Is there anything else you want to do?
No, that's it.
All right, so we're back down to Jinx and then Loxaslin behind her. And so,
Cool.
Jinx,
So
you were interacting with this chest where Gongar came in, and just as you were like trying your best to just hack away at it, you were just like chipping at it, and Ragongar was just like, Ragongar smash, and was able to like open the chest,
hey,
all the gold in there. He hands you this interesting metal black rod. There is a cloak that seems to be kind of fancy that's also in the chest. What are you doing?
can I further investigate this cloak to see if it's, hold on, let me double check to see if it's better than mine, although I know that my blah, blah, coat, I was gonna say coats. Oh, I did say coat. Jesus, my cloak gives me certain stealth abilities, but I want to see if I can further detect if this one can benefit me somehow.
So as you pick up the cloak, it kind of seemingly like billows in the wind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How are you trying to inspect it? Like in what way?
Like I want to see, like I want to put it on and see how I feel.
As you put it on, you don't really feel any different. Give me an Arcana check.
14.
With a 14, you do feel that like there does seem to be something magical about it. However, you can't quite figure out what it is.
Okay, so I mean, I'm obviously gonna take everything in the crate anyways, for benefit or not, because we can always sell it. But I'm gonna keep an eye on that later, see if someone can tell me what's up with it. There's also that little rod in the special little box, and how much gold? Or
Oh,
did Ragongar take the gold?
I don't know. He said he left.
Nope.
No. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I just put everything in my bag, and then continue to
Everything. How much you put in your bag? How much can you carry?
6. How much can I carry? Backpack. I don't know. But according to this, I have 26 items in my bag. But I'd like to continue on my prowl of investigating the walls, looking at stones, things out of place, because now I just feel like a reward every time I find something new, some secret something.
Okay. And I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you've already kind of inspected the cloak and everything, so that would be your action. But I will say
Oh.
that you won't find anything else that's like hidden in this room. Everything that was in this room, was hidden behind that stone wall. There are no further like secrets to this room. This room in and of itself is the secret.
Okay, perfect. So then I go ahead and I have all of my movement, measuring my distance. Okay. I can only get to here, but I'm trying to catch up with the homies. So I'll just chill here.
Okay. After Jinx, it's Voxaslan Nakata with Zabantik after him.
You're muted, babe.
Can I see my map?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
Okay. Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in the
Oh,
bushes over here.
You're over here.
I am going to try to wrangle one of these guys. I think I have a rope. Yeah, I do. It's time for some rodeo.
Time.
So I am gonna try to use my rope. I mean, this one's already probably obviously pissed at me. What happens when I walk down this way?
It maintains its distance from you.
Oh, it doesn't run this time.
No, it does. It maintains its
Oh, it
distance.
maintains its distance. Okay, okay. Fuck it. I am going to.
You have a net?
I don't have a net, but I have a rope. I'm gonna make like a little, like a noose type of thing, and I am going to try to rope. I'm gonna try to rope the boar.
Hey, give me a. How do I do this?
Yeehaw check.
I guess give me an acrobatics check
Okay.
because you're trying to
Acrobatics.
throw something on something, right? So that would require like dexterity. That's how I kind of make it make
Okay.
sense.
I mean, you're the boss, but I always pictured acrobatics like you're running along and you're jumping somewhere. You're running like a tightrope or something.
I agree with running though. I mean, it makes sense.
Something with skill. So like to me, that makes like you have to be skillful to do the thing you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no doubt I have to. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna roll it. So I got an 8.
An 8. So with an 8, you miss, and seeing that the boar, seeing that you are now trying to kind of, like it knows that you're trying to like capture it, kind of. It transforms, and it now transforms into an anchorite, and we are in combat. So I need to roll for him. Give me 1 second.
What is an anchorite?
What is your current initiative roll?
I'm at 8.
Okay.
What is an anchorite?
It's like a, how do I describe it? Like a zealot, I guess.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's descriptive enough.
Yeah, it's like a, and actually this guy's gonna transform too. There's 2 of them.
Skyrim music. Where's this Morrowind?
This is Elder Scrolls Pillars of Eternity and The Witcher. So
Oh,
I
it's
don't
just a
know.
mix
It's
of all.
kind
Yeah,
of
this is.
yeah.
It's Morrowind.
Oh, right
I think.
now, let's see.
This is-
Right
this is
now,
PoE.
it's
No, it's
Morrowind.
not.
Yeah, you're right.
No, it's not, Tom.
Oh, is it?
Morrowind, and then we're about to hear
Dare
Oblivion in a little
challenge
bit.
me?
I dare.
All right.
How dare?
I dare.
How dare thee?
All right, Dave. So this guy is pissed that you have now like broken his ruse. He's gonna run up here and he's gonna cast Thunder Wave on you. And I need
Wait, my
you.
turn's over?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know. Sorry, you try to get this guy. These two transformed.
Okay.
That is your,
So throwing the rope was my action though, right?
yeah. So you still have your
Okay,
move.
but
Right.
yeah, so I mean, what do they look like? Do they look like the same as Gronick?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Do they, I mean, can you describe them a little bit more? Do they have weapons?
Yeah, they have their clawed kind of gauntlets that they have with them. They're I guess they don't have any weapons. No, it's just their clawed gauntlets, but you know that they are spellcasters and they can do some melee damage as well.
Good enough. Okay. I used a little bit of my movement, but I don't think it was very much. I think I used like maybe 10 feet.
5 feet, yeah.
So I actually want to go back now, seeing that there is a threat. First of all, I'm going to yell out just at the top of my lungs, pants! And then I'm going to move backward.
Pants? Yeah, the
pants.
dance of pants. What he calls me now.
I'm going to move back pretty much the extent of my movement. I think it's about there. And then I'll end my turn. Yes.
Okay. After that, the anchorites are up, and this one is going to come to about here. And he's going to cast Thunder Wave on you. You need to do a Constitution saving throw. And you need
Ooh, not one.
All righty.
Cool.
Thunder. You're going to take 4 thunder damage, and you are pushed 10 feet away.
Okay.
He's going to push you this way. Boom, boom, boom. And then that's going to be it for his turn. B is going to run up here as far as he can. And that's going to be his turn. He can't really do much else after that. And yeah, then we're back over to Zemantic.
So I heard him yell, pants! And I would like, I'm ready to go. And I'm kind of like, oh man. So
Is that a window that you could shoot through, maybe?
I have a shoot through. I don't know if they shoot through windows, but yeah, I mean, I
Shoot.
think so. I'm gonna move over here and look out the window.
You see that anchorite that just slammed Vox with his thunder wave attack.
So okay. The window's closed, obviously, right?
Yeah, the window's shut. I mean, it's a window, so you can see through it just fine, but
I can't. I'd have to take an action to open the window.
I won't force you to open the window for an action.
Okay. Well, I will open the window then.
It's an interaction.
And oh shit. Oh, okay. I think I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna cast grease.
Ooh.
Customary.
What does it look like?
Hold on, we're not done yet. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna cast grease. Okay, so like I pull out my quarterstaff and like aim it kind of right here. And it's like, oh, I wish I could move this thing.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. Why don't you just draw it with like the circle or with like the paint tool?
Oh yeah.
we can kind of figure it out from there.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
As long as it's within reason, like don't draw the whole fucking map.
Okay. So I cast grease right there,
Mhm.
and
What does that do?
grease.
Yeah,
Slick grease covers the ground 10-foot square. Okay, it's a square, not a circle.
that's okay.
And the ground turns into difficult terrain for the rest of the duration. When the grease appears, each creature standing in the area must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
Okay, cool.
Creature that enters the area or ends its turn there must also succeed on a dexterity saving throw or fall prone.
What's the DC?
Hold on. All right, I'm just gonna draw it like you said. There. Getting this guy. The DC is
I
16.
like how you added just a little bit more.
Well, because I meant to like do that. So it's 16.
That one didn't quite work, so it's actually this one.
Oh, it's a 10-foot. Yeah, it's kind of big. Hold on.
Fall prone. Cool, yeah, so now they're both prone. It's okay, Francine. I got it. They both got hit.
Okay.
They both failed. They're both prone. What are we doing?
Oh, they're both prone. Okay, they fail. All right, cool. All right, so as my bonus action, then I will pull out my Eldritch Cannon, the flamethrower. This time.
Oh fuck! Shit just is about to get real. We're having roasted boar tonight, boys.
Infernal.
Actually, I had already done one last time, so I don't think I can do
Right.
that.
No, yeah, you pulled him out last time.
So is he still out then?
Yeah, since like
He lasts an hour, so I don't know.
yeah, definitely he would still be out. But you can
Okay.
change it to the flamethrower if you'd like. I mean,
No, I'm
that's,
not
that's
gonna
fine
be
by me.
cheating.
Honestly.
I'm not gonna cheat.
Okay, well, and then I would say as a bonus action, you can re-summon the flamethrower. Like,
Then
For that
I'm gonna summon the flamethrower then, and he is going to attack this guy.
okay,
It's 2d8.
Does that light all the oil on fire?
So that's up to Ronnie.
so the it's a
Oh, really?
save, right?
1-1.
What?
That's just your luck.
Good
You got a
enough
pair of
to get
ones.
the fire going.
So do you allow the grease to light on fire or no?
I will. I'm just trying to figure out what's your attack. I have to do a dex save, right?
Yeah,
DC.
Dex 16.
Okay, so I'm gonna have him do it with disadvantage because he's prone. And he gets a 4. So yeah, he definitely fails. So you do 2 damage of fire, and then the grease catches fire.
Yeah. So now it's like fire,
Yeah.
and that's it. I'm done.
Okay, so yeah, that whole area is fire. All right. After Zabantic, it is back up to the top and then gone. Or I'm sorry, Ragongar.
Hey,
Ragongar.
can we take a break soon? I'm gonna take the dog out.
Sure. Whenever you guys are ready.
Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready whenever.
Take a break.
Whenever you're ready.
Let's take a break.
When are you ready?
Let's take a break and we'll come back at
No,
12.
actually, yeah, it's Ragongar's turn, so it's Ragongar's call.
Yeah.
Now's
If
a
you
good
want
time.
to
Okay,
take your turn, then we can do it or not. We can wait.
Then let's come back at like 12:50.
Cool.
Sure.
All right. Perfect. Thank you
All
guys.
right. Thanks.
Started an encounter with these half-orc anchorites down here. You're up on the second floor. What are we doing? Still room to explore. So
I'm going to burst through this window here.
okay. Give me an acrobatics check. You have to beat a 10.
Oh yeah? 25.
Oh yeah.
Cool. You land, you burst through the window, you catch one of the vines, one of the branches, and you swing from branch to branch, and you're able to land just fine.
So we got Tarzan over here.
Tarzan, yeah.
All right, so now what do I see? All right.
So now you're back here on the ground floor, and where's your little token guy? You burst through the window, you caught the branches, you landed here on the ground, you're in the courtyard now. You can kind of see where Zabantik, if you look through that angle there, you can kind of see like the back of her shell. You imagine that she's kind of firing off some spells or something over there. What are you doing?
I'm gonna attempt to climb on top of this pole right there.
Okay, yeah. So that is a let me paint that picture for you a little bit better. It's like a pillar that connects from the floor to the ceiling.
I'm a big motherfucker.
But I'm just saying, like, there's no top to it. It's connected to the ceiling. You could climb it.
What
though.
ceiling? I thought there was no ceiling. This is a tree, right?
That's a tree, but above where you are on the second floor, that's where like another hallway is.
No. I burst through the window
I understand.
into the courtyard, right?
Yeah, so you're back on the first floor. Above where those pillars are is where the hallway is above you. So there's a ceiling above you right now. Where the tree is, it's open area, but where those pillars are, that's where the hallway would be.
No. Okay, so I will move my max to about this point here, and I will end my turn.
Okay. After Ragongar, it's Tybalt. You hear Ragongar burst through the door. You hear sounds of window shattering below you, window shattering behind you.
Winder.
Wait, is it Edgar's turn or is it my turn?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Gone. It's Gon's turn.
Sorry, I just remember going after Ragongar, that's why. I just see Ragongar just fucking jumped out the window.
Okay.
Can you switch the map, please?
Yeah. My bad. Where are we at? Boom. Okay.
Okay, so I guess I'll continue down the hallway. So I guess
that Ragongar just fucking like bursts through the window, and Gon's like, I'm gonna walk down here.
well, I was gonna say I'm gonna continue down the hallway and look
Let
down
me
to see
explore
where
my
Ragongar's
options
at.
first.
Yeah. Can I see Ragongar from here?
Yeah, you can.
Can he see me from here?
If he were to turn around, he would be able to see you. Yeah.
Totally
Ragongar,
turn around and give him like the wink.
yeah, and I'm just sitting out the window and I'm like, and as I say that, I turn around and tell him, I'm like, that motherfucker's crazy. And I keep walking down the hallway.
That motherfucker's crazy.
Oh, I love that.
Close there, so that's about 10 feet, and then that's another 20. So I will get to yeah, I'll get to here. And I'm gonna kind of inspect my surroundings here, Ronnie. So a little to the left of Gon, that kind of looks like a step up or something like that. What is that right there?
That's like a bookshelf. You see that there are like some candles on top. There are some old tomes and scrolls that are kind of in there.
Okay.
The floor in front of you looks to be very rickety, where you can tell there's just been some really shoddy repairs. It looks like there are some holes in the floor, but they just kind of threw some planks and nailed it down like in the like cartoons, where they're like it's not like it's probably sturdy enough, but you're aware.
Don't stand there too long, yeah.
Like don't do jumping jacks on it.
Yeah, right. So I kind of am drawn towards the bookcase. Can I look at that and see if I find anything of interest?
It's mostly just old books and tomes. There are a couple scrolls in there, and give me an investigation check.
Okay. That is an 11.
An 11. As you are sifting through it, you find an old tome that is written in another language. However, as you flip through it, you see that it has several maps kind of in the compendium.
Mhm.
Compendium.
In one of the maps, you can clearly see where the mansion is marked on the map in the Neverwinter Forest. And you see that there is a very large red X kind of drawn onto the map and circled in big, bold lines.
Okay. Well, this is definitely interesting. I can kind of, what you've described, I've made sense that this is somewhere in the Neverwinter Forest. But I would definitely like to get the team's eyes on it. So I'll take that and put it in my pack.
Okay.
I'll add that in later, but just to finish my turn, is this a door to the south east?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks big enough for two?
Yeah, it's a double door, yeah.
Okay. In that case, again, it's a double door, so that has double the chances of there being something back there. So I'm just gonna yell over to Tibble, and I think I saw Jinx as I was moving down the hallway, so I'll just yell out to both of them. Hey, there's a set of doors over here, and some stairs too leading down. I don't know if you guys want to check either or, but I'll wait for you, and that will be my turn.
After gone, it's Sybil.
Who's after that?
After that is Jinx.
I'll move closer to Gon. As I move closer, do I hear the kind of the scuffle happening at the end of the hall, like by the window?
Yeah, absolutely. Because of like the shoddy repair work, like you can kind of
I
even
think
like
pretty much everybody would have heard me yell pants, right?
yeah,
kinda-
you're not quiet about it. So
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll move to the end and just tell Gon what's going on, and open the window to look down.
And okay, let me
That's the problem with 2 levels, man.
yeah, so let me go ahead and redo this a little bit. So Dave's about there.
It fucked me up so bad in our campaign.
You can put the first one down, the first level map down.
Okay. So you look down, Edgar, and you see that there's just this patch of ground on fire over here, and
Yeah.
one of the Vox has been kind of pushed away by one of them. The other two have slipped and fell into this fire. And yeah, what are you doing?
So I'm right above Zabantik, right?
Correct. Yeah, you would be like right above her.
So I'm going to, seeing that there's like fire and these guys are caught in it, I'm gonna bonus action recast my spiritual weapon again.
Okay, it's right over here.
And I'm gonna roll to hit at A.
Okay, and he's prone, so you can do that with advantage.
Okay. That is a 23. So
Absolutely
I
hits.
will do
Vibing
10
with
points of
these-
damage to him.
this song.
Okay, perfect. And as he's lying there in the fire, he just gets smashed with the spectral mace, like that, kind of pushing him back into the ground.
And I'll call out at Vox as well and be like, Vox, are you okay?
Not really. Not really.
That's my turn.
And then I go,
Alright.
he's fine. He's just being dramatic.
After Tibble, it's Jinx with Vox Aslan coming up after that.
So then I go ahead and when I can see my maps, pretty please. Sorry.
Yeah.
Have to say, guys, le is intensifying right now.
I appreciate the extra
Who would have
leleles.
known? Who would have known that you could make a whole song about just
Le, le, le,
two
le.
letters?
Le, 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 le.
Le.
Dude, it just rolls off the tongue, you know? I run over here and first of all, the window's open. So I'm like, do you need pants?
No, I have pants.
No, he's the one that yelled pants.
Oh,
The more
No.
pants, the better.
And I will say that as you are standing on near the window next to Tibble, you feel those boards kind of creak a little bit underneath the weight of both of you standing on it.
Oh
oh.
shit.
You
So
kinda hear
I'm very like my ears and like I'm very alert. So I step back and then slowly open this door.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Take a step in.
That's probably not a good idea.
Fuck it.
You see Ragongar just kind of standing there picking his nose. Actually, he's down here.
After
I was
going all
just moving him out
Tarzan
of
up
the
in
way.
that bitch.
Yeah.
Well, I
So,
thought he jumped down, can I?
Yeah, he did. I was just kidding.
Oh, okay.
So here in this hallway, let me pull that back up. I don't think there's anything really, to be honest with you. But
Can I try to see to detect, since like my spidey senses have just been tingling since we entered this house because it has all these like secret rooms and blah blah blah. So I keep doing so in this hallway to see if I can detect
Oh,
any
yeah.
openings.
in the hallway, there's windows on either side of you. To the west leads down into you can see into the courtyard where the big tree is, where Ragongar's like jumped through the other side. To your east, you can see outside to where the battle's kind of happening. You can also see where the fire has been lit, and you see like the two anchorites kind of trying to get back up as they're like being consumed by this fire. And that's kind of really it here.
So I open the window and I yell out, Ragongar, Ragongar, what's up? To see if he'll
He's
acknowledge.
kind of like below you, like underneath
Right.
you.
Yeah, so I open the Ragongar, Ragongar, what's up?
Do I see her?
No, I'm sorry. Let me get rid of this because
Oh.
you're not there. You're like directly underneath where she would be. This is what I was trying to see where the
Oh, I
hallway
see.
are.
Sorry.
That's what I was trying to
Understand.
say.
Makes
the
sense to me now.
Pillars
I
were
thought
there.
he
Yeah,
was
sorry.
in the vine room and that I could see him down, but okay, understood. That's all of my movement. I can't really do anything. So I open this window since I can't move any further.
Let me just move my character over here.
I mean, I can move left and right? Just not further up. I open this window and I take off my pants and I throw them at
Yo, that pussy is just out in the wild.
Yes.
I mean, he said the more pants, the better.
Yes.
So
Yes, I love it. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. And I'm gonna try to put them on.
They're like much too tight for you, but like you feel that like it makes your butt look good.
all cheeked up.
he's like an emo boy, right?
Oh, cheeked up.
Trying to fit into his pants.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
no,
those
that
skinny jeans that like
High school
they
Andre,
squeeze
bro.
your balls against your leg.
High school Andre.
Ew.
And by the way, my top coat thing, cloak thing covers me, so I'm not just like
Cheeks out.
exposed. Yeah, like I'm still covered.
Do tabaxis have cheeks?
That is a great question.
Yeah, tabaxis have butt cheeks, right?
Well, why not? You know.
Yeah, butt
Um,
cheeks.
I mean,
Okay, well,
okay.
it's covered my cloak, but okay.
We don't know because her cloak is covering it. We will never know.
You'll never know. I won't show you. My turn's over. Thank you.
All right. After Jinx, we're
All
back up
cheeked
to
up.
you, Vox. What are you doing?
All right. Let's see. It's time to wait. Can you go to the other map only so I can see the fire?
Going.
Because The fire's kind of pivotal here. All right. They're both prone, which means my ranged attacks will not be very successful. I did have my hunter's mark on Gronick, and I'd like to switch that now with my bonus action if I can.
Sure.
And I will put it on this guy. On A. And so he's marked. Red's not a good color. I need blue. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think at this point, let's see. So I had just thrown my rope out, right, trying to wrangle this guy, and out of nowhere, he just fucking popped up and started attacking me, and just kind of dumbfounded, right? I'm not sure that I don't know that Vox has ever seen anybody shapeshift like that. He's seen some pretty powerful magic in his time, but not like that kind of shapeshifting. It's like really unusual to him. So he's a little bit distraught by that, but now after having been hit and already being a little bit weak, he's not feeling so great. I think at this point, he would probably, I think he'd pull out his shield and one-hander, and he's gonna come right back up into the fray. So that's exactly 30 feet. So I will run up here. Again, shield and sword. And I'd like to take 2 stabs at this guy. I get advantage because he's prone?
Yeah, you do if you're stabbing him, yep.
Okay, great. So I will make my 2 attacks with my short sword.
Okay.
So there's a 16, it's a 22.
22 hits.
For 8 damage. And
All right.
for this one, I would I probably won't do, so I'm gonna get the hunter's mark on it, which I guess I should do now.
Yeah, you should.
I'll re-roll that with Piercer.
Okay.
Way better. Okay, so that's 13 damage so far, and I think I'm not going to use my swarm to deal the extra damage. I'm going to try to push him. And I think he goes. Let me double check and make sure I remember it right. Swarm Keeper. What the fuck is it? Here it is. Okay, so he can only be moved horizontally. That's kind of weird. Huh. I don't want to move him horizontally. So I guess I'll just deal the extra damage. So I get another d6 for the swarm.
Go for it.
Fucking 1. So that's 14 total damage.
Oh, right. That's
And
just on
so
your first attack, right?
Yeah,
you
that's
still have
on my
another
first
attack.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. So I'll take another swipe at him. And I didn't even do advantage on the last one. Or that one. So that is a 19 to hit.
Okay.
And that is an additional 6 damage.
All right.
So I'm just, as he falls on the floor, slipping all over Zabantik's grease, I'm just like, I pull out my shield and I'm like, yeah, bitch, and I just start stabbing him in the head as bad as I can. And that's my
Nice.
turn.
All right, cool. Yeah.
I also kind of yell at him. I'm like, you're supposed to be a fucking boar. And I'm just upset that I didn't get to lasso him basically.
Yeah. All right, so it's his turn. He's going to start in the fire. He's going to take an additional 4 damage because of it. And then he's going to use half of his movement to get up. And how much movement does he have? 30 feet. So he only has 15 feet, but the grease is difficult terrain, you said, right, Zabantik?
It is.
So he'd only really be able to move about 7 feet or so. But I think because of where he is to you, he's going to stay right where he is. He's going to go ahead and cast Thunder Wave again, or whatever it's called. Yeah, Thunder Wave.
Thunderclap?
Yeah, Thunder Wave. He's going to thunderclap those cheeks. He sees you in that tight pants, and he's like, damn! Gotta clap those cheeks. And he casts Thunder Wave on that ass. And he's going to do a con save for me.
Con save. No, this is my worst save, I think. Well, not really.
Oh, I'm
but
pretty sure strength is your worst save.
Yeah, it's a little worse actually. 16.
All right, so you barely save, and he's gonna hit you for 8 damage.
Okay.
And you don't get pushed back.
Not feeling so great, guys.
Yeah.
Pretty fucked
Being
up here.
dramatic.
After him is going to be Anchorite B, and he's going to use half his movement to stand up as well. So he's no longer prone. Cool. Oh, and he's going to take the fire damage as well. He gets 6 damage to him for starting in the fire. He's going to use half hit or about 5 feet of movement to come just outside of this. And then from there, all right, yeah, he'll just kind of use his speed to kind of come around here. That's about as far as he can get. And then we're back up to the Bentic.
So, can I fit through this window?
It's a tight fit, but yeah.
Big old turtle ass.
All right, I'm gonna try to like, get out of this window.
Okay, yeah, you can go ahead.
Um,
I would
And-
say it's like 5 feet of your movement to get through it, you know?
all right, I'm gonna walk over here to what's his head. And I'm going
What's his
to-
head?
What's
Wait.
his head?
I also cast 3, so I have to do that. You.
Me? I'm what's his head?
You're what's his?
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him.
Thank God.
She saved you. What's
Thank
his
you.
head? Come on.
Thank you.
Heal for 10.
I will take it.
Um,
How does your healing look? Because mine, I pretty much slop mud on people. Like that's my whole
oh, mine?
yeah.
Mine is like these little like, you know how like when you like use your socks on the on the carpet and it
wood
goes
floor?
zzz,
Oh.
That's what it is.
Wow. Okay.
and it kind of like bursts you to life. You're like, oh, all right. Like I slap you, silly.
This is like when you're giving me the when
Yeah.
they shock people.
Yeah,
back to life.
exactly. Jump. Jump.
What's it called? The defibrillator?
Defibrillator, yeah.
something like that?
All right.
Yeah.
So then my cannon who's with me, yeah, he like starts powering up. And
Oh,
it's a
boy.
save of dexterity 16, so he's gonna do his attack against A.
Is the other guy within 15 feet? Because you could maybe hurt both.
No,
but he's pretty
it's not
far
like
now.
that. Yeah, it's not like that.
Oh, okay.
11, he fails.
All right, so he takes 6 damage.
And as the flames kind of consume him again, he's like, was already kind of on fire and trying to like pat himself out. Fucking thunder wave on Dave, but that didn't work. So he's like, fuck. He's back to like patting out the little fires. And then he looks up and just,
Oh, yeah, right in the face.
so yeah. Cool.
Love
What else?
it.
Oh, that's it. That's it for me.
Alrighty. After Zabantic, it is Ragongar. What are you doing?
Who's after that?
Gone.
I'm gonna run up to that window that the turtle just jumped out of.
Probably
kind of
like
like-
slowly crawl through.
I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm kind of like amused, right? It's like I will come right on there and like just be on the edge of it. And then I'll look at a hum and I'm going to throw my javelin at it
Okay.
in a fit of rage and contempt.
Yeah. Rage.
Can I do it?
Yeah, you can definitely throw your javelin at a.
Does a 20 hit?
Is it a nat 20?
No, it's a regular 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty.
It's yeah.
Right. 8 damage.
All right, yeah, and that absolutely rips into him. He's looking really rough after that.
And then I will summon my javelin back and throw it back at him.
All right, go for it. Roll it.
Does a 14 hit?
14 hits. Yeah, absolutely. Roll your damage.
6 damage.
6 damage, and he's looking on death's door. You can probably blow on him, and he'll fall over.
And at this point, I'm just gonna jump on top of him.
Resolver.
Okay, I will. Say,
Roddy.
let's try to make sense of this.
Short circuit.
I will say that because he is grease and on fire, you're gonna land in the grease.
I don't care. I want to jump on top of him.
Cool. You can't exist in the same space as him at the end of your turn, so you're gonna have to slide off. But
I'll slide off to the side that's
okay, how about
not
this?
greasy.
Give me an athletics check. If you beat a 12, you land on him and he's dead.
16.
You
Nice.
cool. You crush him. You crush him with the weight of Rengar, and he's dead.
And I'll fall towards
You
Vox.
killed him like a Goomba, bro. You
Come
fucking Goomba'd him.
Thank you. Thank you. I needed that.
All right,
Not
yeah,
doing so hot here.
he's dead.
Am I prone at this point?
You are prone, yes.
Okay, I'll set that.
That's fair.
All
It's
right.
fair.
And then after that is gone with Sybil after him.
All right.
Show him his map, Brian.
Sorry.
During our car roll fight in our campaign, fuck man, this messed me up so bad, the multi-levels.
Carol Baskin.
Yeah.
You guys watch season 2?
No.
No, I'm going to though. I'm
No.
gonna check it out.
Damn!
I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it, dude. I don't know. It's oh fuck.
It was okay. It was like a wild turn of events, but like ended in a way that I was kind of like, all right, what the fuck ever. But it's kind of crazy, man. Like some crazy shit happens. I don't want to ruin it because I know Edgar was watching it with Gina, but
I'm definitely gonna watch
I don't
it.
know if I can like succumb
I never
myself to that
finished the
again.
First one.
Yes,
Yeah.
you can. Come on.
I cannot. I don't know.
Yes, you can.
It was rough for me to watch the first one.
That show was wild.
Wild, yeah. Literally. Wild.
I watched the first season, the first episode of Arcane. It's kind of cool.
I
It's
haven't
like-
watched.
I slept through that.
Is that the
You
League
were
of
already falling asleep.
Yeah.
It's League of Legends based.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, I
It was
actually
kinda
wanted to
cool. I
watch
mean, it
that. The
wasn't-
art
it
style
wasn't
looks
like-
really cool.
Yeah, it wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it was enough to keep me interested. Like I'll watch more of it.
Cool. So what are
It
we
was
doing?
more interesting than Squid Game. I'll say that.
How many episodes into Squid Game are you?
Hey, Gon, what
One
are we
and
doing?
one. It's
I
one
told you
and
not
one
to
for
judge
both.
it off
Yeah,
the
well,
first
it's still
episode, though.
between Arcane and Squid
Gon, what are
Game.
you doing? Gon,
Arcane's
what are you
better.
doing?
So I'm walking up to the door. And as I get to it, I'm gonna do the same thing that I did back in the hallway. Just listen to it, see if I can hear anything. And
You don't hear anything on the other side?
I do not.
No.
Okay. Can I? And this is still a double door.
Yep.
Excuse me. Okay. Then I will open it slowly.
And it goes. And it opens into what appears to be like a bedroom.
No. Okay.
Like a barracks.
It's not so scary.
Yeah.
And actually, I think that's all the movement I got, unless I want to like sprint. But I'll let somebody else walk into the room first.
For a change.
Yeah. Trying to think what else I can do. You know what? Let me.
Just dash. Just fuck it. Just dash. Go through those doors.
You could ready an
Yeah, it was
Eldritch
totally working
Blast.
out for you before.
I mean, look, you open
I
the
do have you know what? So here's what I'll do.
anything.
So this table here,
Uh-huh.
do I see from where I am, do I see anything of interest or anything that might be like under something? Or what's there?
No, you see that this room does look like it was recently used.
Mm.
You see that the beds have kind of been disturbed. It looks like they've been used recently. There are some like remains of some like food kind of on the table where somebody left their like lunch or something. You also kind of gather that like whatever was in here sort of looked like it left in a hurry unexpectedly because things are kind of left where they were. You also
Okay.
see that in the bottom left corner of this room is
Mhm.
a hole in the
Yeah.
floor.
Mhm.
And you can gather that if you were, let's say, like an orc, you could easily jump down to the room below.
Oh, okay. You know what? I guess I will take my dash action because I definitely want to get in there and just take a little bit of a closer look. So I'm gonna use my action, dash action, and I just want to get here and look down the hole.
So you look down the hole and you see the room below you where all of the orcs came out of in that battle last week.
Hmm.
And you remember hearing a very distinct 8 thumps as what sounded like 8 orcs jumping down from the floor above to the room below.
Oh,
Connection.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, in that case, since I used the dash and I did a little bit of looking, I'll end my turn there.
Okay. After Gone, we have Tybalt with Jinx after him.
Cool. I'm gonna have my spiritual weapon fly and hit the other, was it B?
Which one?
Oh,
Oh,
B,
B.
the one that's in the
B,
fire as
B,
well,
yep.
but south.
Yeah, let me change the map. Sorry. All right, go for it.
So it'll fly it down here and hit B. And where the hell is, there it is. That's a 23,
Absolutely smashes him.
and it's gonna do
Own.
12 damage.
Nice.
And
type
I
your name
will
before.
also point to him and say, "Hey, listen," and told the dead.
Ah.
And all right, and then what
Hey,
is?
listen.
You have to do a save, or does it just hit?
Wisdom 16 save.
Wisdom 16 save. Okay. So this guy, actually his wisdom's not too bad. He gets a 15.
Roll it, Ronnie.
15. He fails
Roll
it.
it.
So
You
he's
do a
gonna
1d12,
take
right?
2d12.
What?
He's damaged.
Fuck! I thought it was a D10 to a D12. Shit.
Oh,
Taking 10 points of damage.
All right, nice. Damn, Edgar laying down the damage in one turn.
the hammer.
Yeah.
More of a mace.
And that's it.
Ah,
Oh wait, actually, before my turn ends, I'm gonna call out and say, well, fuck. I'll wait until. Never mind. I'll wait until this
Oh,
resolves.
fuck.
Tybalt leans out the open window and is like, fuck, hold on. All right.
Yes.
Like, I'm coming down. I'm coming down.
All right, Jinx, you're up. Vox Oslin, you're after her. What are you doing, Jinx?
Let me just my map, por favor.
You want a minute?
Me. I will go ahead, go in here, and I do want to continue my investigations of this building and see if there's anything out of the usual. Look for moved, shuffled things, etc., like I have before.
And you find all of that. You find that everything is kind of shuffled around. You see some kind of what I told Gon. I mean, there's not really anything in this
But
room.
nothing hidden
No.
behind a stone, nothing. Okay, I want to look to see if there's any, since this room was disturbed, like you said, if there's any goods left, since I left in a hurry. Is there any gold lying around? Is there anything of value still?
Okay.
I'm sorry?
An investigation check.
11.
11. Sure. As you are like looking around the room, you find in one of the barrels a potion of healing.
Awesome, I'll take that. And then I'll go to where Gon is and look down the hole and jump down it.
Okay. Give me an athletics check.
16.
You
Excuse me.
land just fine. You land in this little corner here.
I see. Okay, and I'm now on the first floor. Did we already investigate this room?
No, not really.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and investigate this room and see if I find anything in here or anything of value or anything of information. I don't know.
Yeah. So as you look around, you can kind of tell that this room was once a bedchamber, and like a kind of has like a small like little kitchenette in it, almost like wrapped into one. There are 4 beds that stand along the south wall with shuttered windows and nightstands in between them. Against the west wall are 4 wardrobes and a cabinet full of plain dishware and cutlery. 4 chairs surround a small dining table in the northeast corner, and a trestle table strewn with pots and cooking utensils stands near a blackened fireplace. All of the furnishings are made of wood. The ceiling in the southwest corner of the room has collapsed, filling the area below with debris, leaving a jagged hole through which the room above is visible. As you look up, you can kind of see Gon looking down at you.
I go like this.
Yeah.
And I wave back from up top. And it's not really my turn, but I'm like to myself, I'm like, this motherfucker crazy too.
Most definitely. Do I find anything
Nothing of use, sir.
or value?
Yeah.
Okay, I believe that'll be all my movement and action, so I'll be here. Thank you.
All right, Vox, we're back up to you with the anchorite going after you.
Fox takes a noticeable inventory of who's around and notices that there are 2 party members that have not helped, and he's like fighting for his life. Right now, do I have a clear shot of the enemy?
Fox will remember that.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, since Bragongar's prone, like right below your feet, he's just kind of like he like landed on this anchorite, but now he's just like on the ground as like he like got the wind knocked out of him unexpectedly. He didn't realize that that anchorite was greased up, so he was kind of like
Deaf guy.
landed and slammed much harder than he expected, and he's just kind of like
Okay.
like right at your feet. But other than that, no, you can see B just fine.
All right. So before I do anything, I kind of reach down. I grab Ragongai by the shoulder. I'm like, "Are you okay, buddy?"
I'm totally fine, man. You okay?
Not really. Here goes. I'm gonna pull out my my bow at this point. It is a longbow +1. So I'll pull out my bow and but well, actually, first I'm gonna use my bonus action to shift my hunter's mark onto B. And then I will take 2 shots at him with my longbow.
Rolling.
First one is a 20.
Got a hit.
And that's 5 plus my hunter's mark. That's a 9. And I think for this one, I'll deal the extra damage with my swarm. So that is a total of 13 damage with the first shot. And Tell him you should have stayed a fucking boar. Take another shot. Oh, that went from a crit to a 2. No, so that's a 10 to hit.
Wait, why did it go to a 2?
Oh, it was on a crit and then it finished the
Teeter-tottering.
roll.
Oh man, I rolled
Yeah.
over.
Yeah,
So
so it's a 10.
as the first arrow hits him, he kind of like winces and looks down, and he like grabs it and pulls it out of his chest, and the blood kind of splurts out. And he hears you say, "Should have stayed a boar," as you let your second one rip, and then it just misses him. And he just kind of laughs at you, and he says, "You have no idea. Hell is
You
coming."
motherfucker. I am going to, I'll probably back up a little bit. Again, Fox is pretty beat up, so let me measure before I start moving. I'm gonna move probably to about right there. Wait, let me see. Hold on. Give me a quick second. Would the tree provide any kind of cover? This tree that is right here, whoops. Would that tree provide any cover?
Yeah, it was.
If I were to like hide behind it kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I probably Vox would run and try to get some cover behind this tree.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty. So Anchorite B is up next. And what happened to the fire? Did it go away?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't touch it. I don't know who got rid of it.
Me neither. But
Wait, what oh yeah, I mean that's up to you if it's gonna keep burning or not. I don't know.
yeah, how long does the grease last? Romantic?
Sorry, it's like 2 minutes. Let me check.
Okay, so it would still be up.
A minute.
Oh,
Oh
1 minute?
yeah, so 10
Yeah.
rounds.
Yeah, I would say that's yeah, still up.
Well, it's not even grease anymore, right? It's fire now.
Yeah, okay, either
Yeah,
way.
so Ronnie, usually not obviously it's your ruling, but usually once something like web or grease catches on fire, it'll last like a turn. Just
Okay.
kind of meta there.
Yeah, I'll say that's kind of over because it's been a full round of turns.
Yeah.
On Zabantik's turn, I should say. So after this guy goes, it'll have extinguished. But he's going to avoid the fire either way. He's going to go ahead and cast Thunderclap on the two of you, Bragangar and Zabantik. I need you guys to make a Constitution saving throw. Bragangar, I need you to do it with disadvantage because you're prone on the ground.
17.
17, so okay, you don't get moved.
What saving throw?
Constitution.
Limb.
Lamp. All right, so you take 6 damage, Francine, you take 3. And then Ragangar, you are pushed back 10 feet. And you're gonna kind of slam into this wall over here.
Say 6?
You took 6 or you took 3 damage, Ragangar took 6.
The hell?
Oh,
All right. And then from there, he is going to chase after Ragangar, getting to about, Voxassin, getting to about right here. And then his turn's over, and we're back up to you, the Mantic. Your grease is burned away, and it's your turn.
So you have you don't have the Bender robot. You have your other robot, right?
no, Bender's done.
Bender's gone.
Yeah, because of my bag of holding. What does this guy look like?
He looks like a little like arachnid, but he only has 4 legs. And he's just like a little like turret looking thing that walks.
Kind of like oh, did you ever play Apex? No, kind of like a little ticker.
No.
No, okay.
Did you say 4 legs?
4 legs.
It should be 8 if it's an arachnid,
I
right?
said it's an arachnid.
But
It's like it looks like it, but it has 4 instead of 8. So it's missing.
Okay, okay.
okay, so forgiven.
There's nothing to forgive.
Who's after Zabentik?
It's still her turn. She hasn't done anything.
I know, but who's after her?
Ragangar.
Oh, I'm sorry. The guy finished?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was taking a picture of the Taurus Tower. Okay, so this is the weapon over here. There's another boar, and then how's B looking?
He's pretty beat up.
Okay.
What the hell is this truck out here? Do you guys hear that? You do?
Like barely.
Very lightly though.
Yeah. Honestly, like I heard it, but just thought it was part of the song. And then when you said it, I was like, oh.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take this guy out. All right, so then like I pull out my staff and like aim it at him like this. And I'm gonna do Scorching Ray. So this is the first hit.
Okay.
It's a 20
Yeah.
It's
for 4.
all right. Yeah. So the first
All
one
right.
hits him, it kind of hits him in the shoulder as he's like walking, stalking down Vox. Like he gets hit, kind of like lurches forward from behind.
And then I'm like, all right, I can do better. And so then I aim again, 23.
Oh, hits.
All right, so I aim it like
Nice.
at his chest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, way better.
It hits for 8.
Yeah, and as he's like walking, he gets hit and he kind of his knees kind of buckle a little bit as he like has to hold himself up and he like struggles to stand upright again.
So I make eye contact with him and I'm just like, all right, this is fucking it, you know? And I psyched myself out, you know, like I just
With
psyched
it.
myself up and I was
Yeah,
just like, I
well,
try and then like my wand like fizzles and sputters. I'm on my staff just goes
Yeah. Oh.
and like I kind of hit it a little bit, but nothing happens. And I'm like, fuck. So then I look over to my cannon and I'm like, it's all on you, buddy. And he's all ring. And
What's the range on him?
the range on him is
Also, does he have his own independent
it's
movement?
15 feet. Ooh, maybe that's not close enough. Maybe I need to move. Shit. Yeah. All right. So wait, sorry. Thank you for that. I scoot up a little bit.
I don't know.
All right. So I hit him for 10.
It's a dex save, right?
Yeah, 16.
So as your little guy just revs up his engines and just lets out this torrent of fire, spirals out, you kind of lose sight of the anchorite because of how big the flame blast is coming from your little spider guy. That like when the flames dissipate, you like look and you're like, where the fuck is he? Where did he go? And you realize that he's just a pile of ash on the ground.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. So combat ends?
Combat's over.
Okay, cool. Whew. Big sigh of relief. I come out from like behind my hiding place and I'm like, sorry guys, I was not in good shape there.
Tell them I'm gonna yell at Vox and I'm like, pants look dumb.
Really? I kind of do like the turn where you can kind of see all the angles. I'm like, I thought they looked okay.
They look dumb.
Oh, I need more of them. I need more. I'm gonna walk on over to the pile of ash. I'd imagine there's nothing there, but I'm gonna just kind of sift through the ashes real quick, see if there's anything there.
Oh, it's all ash. She's dead.
Yeah, all right. As expected. So then I'm gonna say to my allies that are actually within earshot or close, I'm like, so what do we do with the rest of these boars? Because we're not sure if all of them are enemies or if they're allies or if they're just fucking boars. But I think we need to be kind of cautious with how we treat the rest of them.
Tybalt yells out from the second floor and says, "Hey, there was that one boar that had a magical aura by the entrance. Start with him. I'll meet you guys there." And then he runs out of
Burst
earshot.
through the other window. He's all.
Starts running down. Okay.
You see his spiritual weapon like bobbing around the outside of the.
Ragongar, you are prone, so you would take half your movement to get up. But yeah.
It will get up.
Are we still in initiative?
I mean, just for the sake of exploration, because that way one person doesn't like dominate everything. But
So are you kind of flexible with it though? Like, can we just kind of?
yeah, as long as you don't abuse it. I mean, just be
Okay.
nice to your teammate.
Dave's gonna abuse it, 100%.
It's now. So normally it's the Andre
You're
show.
so right
today's
there,
gonna be the
and now I'm done.
No, I do think that at least for me, I need to heal up a little bit before I'm ready to proceed. Because I mean, I'm not super low, but I'm a little beat up. Like, you can see some visible wounds. He's bleeding in a couple of areas. Whatever kind of I'm trying to imagine like what a Vox would
Oh,
look like when he's
the
hurt.
other day, I was like dying. It was freaking como se dice, the Undertaker a bunch of times. I actually did go unconscious. Y yo no lloré
So did I.
tanto.
So did I.
I'm just saying.
So,
And where are you, first of all? Because you're not even hearing any of this.
Hey,
by the
did you
way.
help me?
So,
Did you help me when I was fucking dying?
I did.
Oh,
I definitely did. Definitely helped you. I didn't, and not only that, I didn't just go, I'm gonna keep exploring while my homies are getting fucked up over there.
You have plenty of
Anyway,
backup,
what I
does
will
he?
do is I still have plenty of magic left. I'm gonna use another level 1 cure wounds on myself.
No. You can wait for your turn to do that. You can like speak on not on your turn, but let's keep in order.
Okay, who's up then?
It's gone.
Oh, okay. I mean, I
No,
think
you guys can like talk and stuff, but like let's not abuse the initiative order.
I mean,
Damn,
at this
this road's
point,
getting
everything's
down.
kind of.
We're looking at your pictures, Francine.
Oh,
Just so you know.
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You need to
Very
share the
nice.
tab. Share the tab, not
Looks like
the
pretty good.
tab.
Well,
Good
now
cheese, though.
I'm
The
curious
cheese look
about the
good though, right?
cheese. Yeah.
Zooming in on the cheese.
I did that shit the other day when
You
I
pulled
was
up
doing
Reddit?
it. Yeah, but after the fact, I pulled up something else, and I think the only one who caught it was Cynthia because I heard her giggle on the other side,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Oh shit." Okay, so I'm just gonna use my entire movement to go back to Tybalt, and he's technically like not here, right? He's already moved.
No, he's there. He's still on
Yeah,
the
I'm
second
still-
floor.
I'm Slayer.
So I get here and I see him like out right next to the window, and I'm like, "Are you gonna jump through the window?"
I look at him like, what? No.
Yeah.
The stairs
Yeah.
right over there.
Yeah, I was like, "All right, thank God." I'm like the only one, or I'm not the only one who's not jumping out or jumping through holes or anything like that. So then I'll use my sprint to make it down the stairs,
All right.
and I'm headed for the front door, pretty much. Or I think that's how the layout is.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you get to
Um,
the stairs. I need you to make a DC 15 dex save.
What?
Oh shit! Some rackety stairs.
Right.
You said Dex save
Yep.
18.
Cool. Yeah. As you go, you kind of feel the like wood of the stairs kind of like lurch below your weight, but you're like, oh shit, and you're able to kind of like jump to the side and kind of walk where like there's more support. Like you're walking very like spread out to kind of keep from bending in the center of the stairs, but you're able to get down just fine.
Okay. So I make it all the way downstairs.
Yep.
Okay. So I get down there and I yell back to Tibble. I'm like, stairs might be a little
Racket.
rickety.
Ricky.
Rickety.
Rickety.
Rackety.
All right, and I'm now downstairs, and I think that's all my movement. Actually, that's the max that I can go. So, that will be my turn.
All right, Tybalt, you're up after him with Jinx after you.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow behind Gon. I'm gonna carefully descend the stairs.
Okay. And seeing that he kind of almost ate it there, you can gather that, not exactly the safest, but you make it down just fine.
All right. And shoot, how many feet was that? It was from there to there. That's 30. And then once I make it down to the bottom, I'll move to the entrance and to the stairs. I guess how much more?
What the fuck is that?
the
That's
bottom
Tom,
and just
right?
have
Who's
eyes.
labeling these?
And just have eyes on the board that's giving that magical presence.
Yeah, and it's watching you.
It's
How is he
me?
watching him?
Yeah, like it's eating its little thing, but it sees you come out, and its eyes are definitely on you.
It wasn't Tom.
Who is
I'm
it?
gonna wave.
Someone spelled my name as gone, and I added
And
the
Forrest
Taurus
last
Gump.
name.
Tower.
Okay.
I spelled it as gone.
Like
Cool. Is there anything else you want to do, Edgar?
I'm gonna have my spiritual weapon just creep up behind him.
Cool. Are you swinging or not?
Not yet.
Okay. Jinx, you're up with Vox after that.
Correct. So, I am down here, and there is no back door, right? You just have to go out through the front door
There's
or the broken hole.
back door, yeah.
Okay, so I guess I will use all of my movement to try to get to this exit, and I can only reach here.
Windows you can go out of and stuff, but no back door.
There's no window in this room.
Yeah, there is. There's 3.
Oh, this side. I didn't notice this one on this side. But there's no windows on this wall right
No.
here.
No.
Okay, so I don't. How can I say this? When we came in through the front and we noticed the boars, they didn't aggro us, right? Like they were alone until we initiated.
Correct.
Okay, so they're not necessarily like aggro. So then I'll climb out this window, and then I'll use all of my movement to try to get to them, and I can only get to here.
All right.
But actually, I'll do my feline agility, and I'll just freaking get there. And oh shit, where'd it go? Be like, amen. I need my pants back.
Too bad. They're mine
So
now.
then,
I'm gonna
so then-
add them to my inventory actually.
okay, so then
Jinx's pants.
I do the thing that like they do where you sweep the feet, and I'm gonna sweep his feet. I'll roll whatever needs to be rolled and yank them off.
Okay, give me a.
You're attacking me?
They're my pants.
Give me an unarmed strike, I suppose.
Okay.
I'm just sweeping your feet, man. Unarmed strike. Oh my. It's funny. Okay, so I rolled a 1, total 3, but it was at 19, and then it went no to a 1. So it went well.
Yeah, as you go to sweep him, your leg just kind of like hits his leg, and he just looks down at you like, "The fuck are you doing?"
And then I just look up at him and I'm like, I want my pants.
So wide, and her like pupils go like, "Brrr," and
Like
she-
cats do.
cat eyes.
Yeah, that's what happens then. That's it.
All right, after Jinx, it's Vox. What are you doing, man?
Well, I need to rethink my whole shit. She attacked me from where she's at right there.
I guess she got within range of you somehow.
Okay.
Unless she has like 18 feet long legs.
Fucking Inspector Gadget over here.
Dolph him over
Go
there.
get the legs.
Stretching it
fucking
out.
yoga.
Dolphin.
Oh yeah, I just freaking floop.
I will first use my mage hand to put her pants at the very top of the tree. And then I will move down and go check the body of the other guy that we killed.
Since we're gonna have to
So,
call a fireman
A-
sometime this round.
A is still around somewhere, right? I want to go check his body.
Yeah, he would still be around. What are you looking for?
I'm gonna pat him down. I'm gonna see what he has. I'm looking at his weapons. I'm looking at his items, any potions, any gold, everything. I want to basically look at everything he has.
All he has is some leather armor. He's got those tusk gauntlets on. That's kind of it.
Ay.
He's got a small.
I'll take that stuff in my bag.
All right, mark it on your thing.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Okay, we're back up to the top with Zabantix. What are you doing?
So Vox is looking okay, right?
I don't know.
Good enough.
Okay.
So there's no leather armor in D&D Beyond?
Should definitely be.
Zabantic is going to sprint or dash or whatever it's called. Here. Here.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
Right. Ragongar, it's your turn, and then Gone.
What is it called?
Okay, so
I got it. No, cast off armor? No.
Nope, that's a magic item. It's
What
just
would it be
armor.
called then,
Point.
Ronnie?
I'm not sure. Just look up armor, and then there should be leather that pops up.
Okay, I did.
Just make a custom item real quick.
okay, I'm gonna move right here, and then that's my turn.
Okay. Gone, you're up.
Okay. I am headed front door. And I will get right before the stairs, and I'll look at Tybalt. And what does it look like he's doing besides just standing there? Yeah.
You'd have to ask Tybalt, man. What are you doing, Tybalt?
Tybalt, what are you doing besides
My-
standing there?
My eyes are locked with that boar giving off the magical energy, and it's sort of like whoever blinks first. And if you like try to engage with me, I'm just gonna be like,
Okay, so I I see him kind of just focusing up, and I peer around the corner and I see what he's like focused on. So I'm just gonna stand here and kind of let things play out, just so I'm not intervening. I think that is all I want to do. Let me double check. Yeah, that's all I want to do for now. That'll be my turn.
After Gone, it is Tybalt. What are you doing?
now that we have more people around here, I'm going to. Does so the boar's locked eyes with me, right? If I were to swing with my spiritual weapon, would I get advantage? Like surprise.
Sure. Okay, I'll give it to you this one time.
But I don't want to do it like heavy attack. I just want to sort of like nudge him to like almost like knock him out, but not kill him. I don't want to kill the boar.
Sure, go ahead and roll it. If you are able to knock him unconscious, then he'll be knocked unconscious.
Okay.
Depends on how much damage you do. Let's put it that way.
Okay. That's a nat 20.
So, dude, roll
Do
your
you have
damage.
inspiration?
Double damage.
Uh, 16 points.
Cool. You knock him unconscious.
All right. Does he transform or anything? He's just
He's still in boar form.
all right. I'm gonna look at Regongor and be like, let's hogtie this bitch. Except Tibble doesn't say bitch.
the same bitch. Please take.
Let's do it.
I already got inspiration from last time, but
Okay.
and I'm gonna just move as I move closer to the board. Does the other one?
It runs
move
away
still.
Yeah, it just straight up is like fuck all of this, and it just runs into the like woods area kind of.
Okay, and I'll say let's get this guy out of his boar form.
Cool. And then what happened to the music, man?
Yeah, it's gone. We
Uh,
need the
Gone.
inspiration.
gone.
Corellian.
Gone tortellini.
Gone.
Yeah.
Totally.
So yeah, you're able to successfully. Do you have rope?
You and your stupid fucking rope.
You know what we need? Some
I've-
rope.
I have rope, but I've asked for Gongar to tie him up. So if
I have rope.
Gongar doesn't have any, I'll hand it over.
I have rope.
Oh, Sabatic has rope too.
And I tied him up swiftly.
All right.
What is this?
How do we
The
get 'em?
freaking train graveyard from Final Fantasy VII? Why is this so sad?
What?
What?
Huh?
The song.
How
La, 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 la.
how did you guys turn? I'll ask. I think who was there? Sabantic was there.
We need to replace that lady with Julio ASAP. Re-record the whole thing with Julio.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Edgar, what did you ask?
Who Sabantic was there when the boar got turned, like got hit out of boar shape?
Mhm.
What did you guys do?
Vox went over and like Wild West, like pulled out a freaking like lasso and like
Try to
And
lasso him.
yeah,
Okay.
you're
So
muted.
then
He had to feel threatened.
all right. I'll slap him the boar to like wake him out. Like go, hey, Hey.
Yeah. He transforms. He's no longer a boar.
but he's still hogtied.
He's still hogtied, correct?
Is the aura that he's giving off?
So fucking epic.
This Hans Zimmer?
Sounds like it.
This is
The aura that
You know
you were
all the things.
courage.
Edgar is was his transformation magic.
Okay, so he's not out of it.
I mean, no, yeah. You were able to pick up that there was something magical about that boar because he was using magic to transform himself.
Yeah,
It was actually an
Okay.
anchorite, and so that's what you're picking up.
got it. Okay. I want to keep the initiative, but I do want to question this guy. I think I've used up my turn.
Yep. Cool. All right. And then as you do that, you see 3 more of these boars transform. And they see you kind of messing with their friend over there, and they're like, all right, we gotta fucking do something. and it is their turn.
Sounds
C
like
is gonna
pirates.
run up to you, Gon. He's gonna get about right here. He's gonna cast a Thunder Wave on you. I need you to do a deck save.
Right.
Oh, sorry, con save.
Con save. Okay.
Yeah,
Glad I didn't take that roll.
seen that.
14.
Con save is. Oh, DC 12. Okay, yeah. So you save. So you
Mhm.
take half damage and you're not blasted away. You're gonna go ahead and take 6 damage of thunder,
Okay.
and then that is C's turn. D is going to. He's going to dash and get about right here. And then E is going to dash and get about right here. And then after that, it is Jinx. You're up with blocks after you.
Okay, so I go ahead and climb up the tree he threw my pants at on and get them and put them back on. Wiggle my patas in there. And I feel that they're a little stretched out. So I'm like, hey. But
little.
I'm gonna need a
A little
new
gravelly.
pants.
Hold
Little,
on. The pants are in the tree,
right.
so you'd have to move over there.
Well, I don't know which tree.
That
It
sucks.
was
You should pay
This
attention.
tree. Right here.
No, it's not what he didn't specify.
There's this one.
Oh, okay. Well, then I go to this tree and I climb up the tree to get my pants.
Mhm.
Do I get my
Is that a
pants?
butt?
Their pants.
You can climb up there.
Wow. Wow.
Movement. I would say that's pretty much your movement.
That's a terrible
Okay.
butt. Okay.
With the fart. There's a fart coming out of that butt.
Terrible
There were
butt.
shoes. Okay.
This is a better butt. No, that's not a better butt.
No, it's not.
Ronnie, do I get my pants?
Yes, your pants are on.
Okay, so then that's all of my movement and I'm good. And I tie a string in the front to just kind of tighten them because, you know, they're all wongos now. And that's it.
Okay, Vox, you're up.
I'm gonna take a shot at that board that's directly below me.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
Boy's got some cheeks.
So 25
Yeah, bro.
with 9 damage and an additional d6 for my swarm. 13 damage.
Cool. So your arrow rips into it, and you should hear it as it squeals and dies.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm fucking hunting boars at this point. I will then let's see how far I can go down. Move down there. And let me see, is there anything else I want? Oh, I guess I should have probably done this last time. I will use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark this guy down here.
Okay.
Just basically tracking him down, very Hunter-esque. And that's my turn.
Okay. You're not gonna shoot at him?
Oh, I get 2 attacks.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will.
Ronnie, you're too nice.
19 to hit. And that's 9 more damage. And Hunter's Mark.
And Hunter's Mark.
So 15 damage on that guy.
Same thing. Squeals dead.
Great. Now that's my turn. Thank you.
All right. After Voxoslin, it is these guys, and actually, all right. second. Cool. After you go, I guess you don't really hear anything because you're too far. Four needle blights start to come out of the bushes here and are walking towards you guys. A is going to make his way downtown, walking fast. He's gonna
Ace
get,
is passed.
yep,
Is he homebound?
he's homebound, yeah. He's actually
Nice.
bound. He's gonna get about here.
Do-do-do-do-do.
He's gonna attack you, Zabantik. Getting a 15 to hit?
No, sir.
No?
Nope.
Okay. B is going to use his max movement as well to get to about here. C is going to climb up to you, Jinx, and he's going to go ahead and attack you. Getting a 5 to hit.
Nah.
E is going to go after you as well. Getting a 17 to hit.
Yeah.
All right. And you're going to take 9 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
And then after that, we're back up to you, Zabantik, with Ragongar following.
Sorry, can you grab a water? A is the needle blight, right? A and B.
Yeah.
I'm not very threatened by these guys, so I'm gonna keep wailing on this anchorite. Anchorite, the one that's all spilled out, is bound, correct?
Yeah, that's the one that you guys have hogtied.
And then D, C, and E are fine. They're normal.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna use my wand of entangle, and I'm gonna entangle C.
Okay.
So it's a strength 13 save. And it's actually a 20-foot area, so it would hit C also.
Wait, I
So
thought
it's-
you were attacking C or D.
Yeah, so it's a 20-foot area though.
Oh, okay. So C and D are caught in it?
Strength 13
What about any of
save.
your friends?
Huh?
Do any of your friends get caught in that?
Yes, it's a 20-foot square. Okay, so let me see.
So you can use the tool to kind of put the square where you want it, but
I can?
you just have to be depends on where you started. But yeah, that's fine. If you want to do it like that, that's perfect.
Okay,
I will
That's
say
the
that doesn't hit Tybalt or Gone.
right.
So they have to do a DC 12 or 13?
13 strength.
So C. Wait, shit, I'm doing it on the wrong one. Okay. So C passes, he gets a 17, and D passes, he gets a 21.
Wow, fuck these guys.
Sorry.
But the area is affected, so
Is it difficult terrain or what is
yes, it's
Okay.
difficult terrain. So now anytime they walk in there, they have to do that strength DC. Oh, thanks, Dave. So then I'm gonna use my cannon to hit needle blight A. And that is a dex
Is it even
16.
canon though?
Yeah, so then he starts charging up. He's like,
He gets a 17.
he gets a 17. Okay, so then it doesn't hit, I guess.
Okay. It doesn't hit at all.
No.
Oh, bummer. Okay, I'm sorry.
So Zabantek's like really sad.
Yeah.
Aw.
And she's gonna move over here. And I'm done.
Okay, just so you know, the A will have an opportunity attack against you.
It will?
Yeah, because he was within melee range with you. He attacked you with his claws.
I also moved way too far. That's fine. Let him do it.
Okay, he gets a nat 20 to hit.
Okay, he hits.
Sorry. It's like the worst turn ever for you. I'm sorry. Doing 10 damage of piercing.
I'm done.
All right. After that is Ragongar with Dawn after you. Ragongar, what are you doing?
Mhm.
I'll fall asleep.
Probably in the bathroom or something.
Hey Tom, are you in the bathroom?
Knock, knock. Estoy
Oh my-
pooping.
You know what voice? You know what voice Julio used to do super well? I don't know if you can still do it, Julio.
Huh?
Creepy
one?
old guy from Family Guy.
Oh yeah, Herbert the
shit.
pervert.
Really?
Oh my god.
What?
Wow.
Do it.
It's so
Dude.
funny because it's like super
Herbert is
random.
amazing.
Now you have to.
Hold on, I gotta
You gotta
I gotta
listen
hold it
to him.
together. I keep every time I think about doing it, I'm fucking. Every time I think of the line, it makes me laugh. I got some popsicles in the cellar. Why don't you come down for some popsicles? I gotta get the whistle a little better. And the Chris character is like, haha, you're funny. He walks away, and the old guy's like, get your fat ass back here.
Oh, glaring, right? His eyes
Mm.
like narrow.
All right, Tom back. Where's Tom at? Somebody.
Nudge him.
Maybe he did fall asleep.
I've been here. No, I've been here.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been
We've
your
been
turn
calling
for
you.
like 15 minutes.
Is in the bathroom.
Estoy pooping.
Oh, you pooping. Your turn.
So I will clutch the javelin and throw it at D.
D, okay.
So let's see here. Does a 20 hit?
Absolutely.
Oh, where's David's
Okay.
face?
So with 6 damage,
Okay.
and then it gets summoned back. And then it will be thrown again at D. Does a 14 hit?
14 absolutely hits.
And then it'll be 7 damage.
Perfect. Good job. Is there anything else you want to do with your bonus action? Oh, you already used your action
Yep, that's it.
movement. All right. And after that, it is gone with Tybalt after him.
So, question about area of effect abilities that stay. So there's entangling on the floor. Would I be able to add web on top of that? They would have to like make two different like rolls at the same time or something like that. Or would one override the other?
No, I would say it would stay the same.
Okay.
I don't know how to justify their double or half movement though. I guess that would be like a quarter movement if you have entangle and web.
So essentially, like, so the way that I would make it make sense in my head would be that web is on the floor on top of them. They would have to make a dex 15 save to try and get out, because if they're webbed, then they are they're restrained unless they save. And then once they start moving, then they have to like
Yes.
walk through the entanglement.
If you cast web, they would have to do a dex save. I'm gonna have them doing it at disadvantage because they're currently in the entanglement.
Okay.
If they get hit by it, they are restrained. If they don't get hit by it, they are not restrained, but that area would be like double difficult terrain and they would have like a quarter movement.
Okay. Yeah. So let me make sure I got the range is 20 feet. And let me make sure I get the area correct for that. And I'll just roll it while I'm creating the thing. So it's a dex 15 save. So you can go well, yeah, dex 15 save.
Oh wow.
And I will
So
roll it.
C saves.
Okay.
He gets a 15. So he's not restrained. And then D fails, so he's restrained.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it 20 feet is just a little bit smaller than the entanglement. So I will put it down.
It's 20 feet too. It's just not exact, so
Yeah.
not that too much.
So put it like right here, I think. I think that's about right. Yeah, I think that'll work for now.
Perfect. Cool.
And yeah, that was my main action. I will, let's see. This is kind of a weird position, but hopefully it doesn't come back to bite me. I'm gonna move back inside right
Uh-huh.
here. That's about 10 feet. And that'll be my turn.
All right. After that, it's Tybalt. You're up with the anchorites going after you.
Okay, so their D's restrained, C passed both, so is unencumbered, or I guess is not restrained at all, right?
He's not restrained, so any attacks against D would be at advantage because he's restrained. But C's not, so he just has difficult terrain.
Okay. I am running low on slots. I will use my spiritual weapon to hit D.
Okay, yeah, and do that with advantage because he is restrained.
So that is a 22 to hit.
Hits.
And we'll take 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And I'll also call out and say, hey, listen, on the same one to Toll the Dead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, what do I have to do?
Wisdom 16 save.
Wisdom 16. He only gets a 9, so roll your damage. Yo, he got a nat 20, but I did it at disadvantage.
Oh, shit. All right. That is 13 points of damage.
Awesome. Yeah, and he looks real rough after that.
Real rough.
And I'll just also sort of put myself between, well, where I'm at now, I'm between the anchorite and then the others to sort of like put myself in the way so that we can question this guy.
Got it. All right, after him, anchorite C is going to move as much as he can, but he's in like double movement, so it's going to cost him 7 feet to get to about here. And then he's going to cast Thunderwave on you, Julio. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, and you need to beat a 12.
Okay. That is E7. Oh, you know what? I still have an inspiration point. Can I re-roll that?
Absolutely. What is
Alright. Sorry, you said that I just get to reroll it?
Yeah, just re-roll it. Just do another dex save or con save. Sorry.
11.
All right, you still fail. So you're gonna take 14 points of thunder damage, and
Okay.
then you get knocked back 10 feet.
Okay.
All right, that's D's turn. Actually, he has a little bit of movement left. He's gonna come and jump down to about here, but he's already done his attack, so he's just kind of getting next to you, Tybalt.
Oh shit.
After that, D is gonna go. He is restrained. He's gonna use his action to try to break out of the web. What is it? An strength check?
It is Dex. Let me double check that. Yeah, that's a Dex check. It's a save. Hold on. Oh, you're correct. You're correct. It is a strength check. Strength check.
What do I have to beat?
My spell save DC is 15, so 15.
So he gets a 12. He's still stuck, and that's his action. So he's stuck right where he is. E is going to run up. And he's going to get here, and he's going to get stuck in all this too. And that's his turn. After that, it is Jinx, followed by Vox.
Leo. So I would like to attack, I guess either of them. D with my psionic blade dagger.
Okay.
But oh yeah, got to start with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll for damage. Hold on. Oh, this. Nope. Wait. Can I redo that? Because I clicked the wrong one, or did I just fuck it up?
No, go ahead and redo it. What did you click?
Because I have two sets of psychic blades attacks. But I clicked the wrong out of the 4. So it's this one. Does 21 hit?
Sure. Next time you're not allowed to redo it, but yes.
Noted. 9.
All right, so you
Damage.
do 9 damage.
Rolling my second damage, 19.
Hits.
5. Both on D.
All right, and he's looking pretty rough, but he's still up there.
And then I can do my sneak attack, right?
No.
Yeah.
You don't have advantage on the thing. There's
Oh,
people that are flanking you.
but it says here you don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet.
But there's no other enemy of the target.
Yeah, you're the only enemy. It needs to be another one.
Oh, another. Sorry, I read that wrong. I thought like my enemy.
No,
But
they
I
need
see.
basically.
Okay, noted. Then that's the end for me.
It's about to be, yeah.
It is the end.
Ronnie,
Is-
all right, so it's my turn, right? How hard is it
Oh,
to get into
fuck.
this window?
As long as you have your movement and you get in there, you can get in there just fine.
Means the Banta got in there, so.
Okay, because
You
my 30 feet pretty much
so-
lands me like right at the window sill.
No, because it is raised. You'd have to climb up like 10 feet to get to it. Because I remember how I was telling you guys that like the house is on like a 6-foot foundation.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Yeah, because there's stairs. There's stairs up front, and it totally makes sense. Okay. Then right now, do I have a clear shot on Delta?
Yeah, absolutely. How far is you have like stupid range on your?
I have stupid range. I have 150 normal and 600 if I take a disadvantage on it.
Yeah, it's only
So-
about like 50 feet from you, so you should be able to hit that just fine.
Yeah, I think pretty easily. And my, hold on. Hunter's Mark has 90 feet.
Okay.
So as my bonus action, I will mark Delta with my Hunter's Mark.
Got it.
And then I will attack him
Okay, roll it.
with my longbow. It's a 16
Hits.
for 11 plus
Dead.
6. Dead.
Dead.
Dead. All right. That arrow just hits him right between the eyes and he falls gasping for air. Now what about Charlie? Do I have a clear shot on him?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then I will use my second attack and attack Charlie there. And this will be 15 to hit
Hits.
for 4 damage, and I'll use my, oh, let me see. I might actually move him this time. Nope. What would happen if I if I shove him into a tree? Would he take any like force damage from that?
Well, he's currently in the tree because Jinx was at the top retrieving her pants.
Oh, okay.
Up to attack her at the top.
Oh, so what if I launch him out of the tree?
He would take fall damage.
Hell yeah. All right, I'm going to try to move him 15. Wait, is it 15 or 5? Hold on. I think it's 5.
Either way, 5 feet outside of the tree would be enough to make him fall.
To fall? Okay. It's actually 15 feet. So he has to succeed on a dex or a strength save. What's the DC? Oh, 13. Okay, so I'll use my swarm. All of the bugs basically start hitting him from like the side of him, right? He's facing me. So they'd be on his left, pushing him out towards his right, out of the tree. And they're just like fucking all in his face. There's locusts, we'll say, that accompany my arrow. And so it's a strength save. Hopefully, I've never succeeded on one of these, by the way.
What did you damage him with?
Huh?
What was the damage on the first roll?
Oh, the damage?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, because I was about to re-roll for it's only 4 damage.
Okay, so I just want to know how much damage he takes.
Yeah, so 4, and then the DC strength save is 13. Otherwise, he flies out of the tree.
He needs to be at a 13.
13 strength, yeah.
All right, let's see what he gets.
Oh.
He gets an 8.
Hell yeah, that's the first time I've ever succeeded on that shit. I've been trying the whole campaign. Okay, so yeah, he flies 15 feet to the west.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna have him take 2d6 fall damage. What the fuck? Oh, there we go.
And you said Jinx is still like at the tree, right? In the tree.
Yeah, so Jinx is still in the tree, and he took 11 damage, fell pretty hard. He's
yeah.
prone on the floor, just like.
Yeah, so it's like I said, pretty much when I cock back the arrow, I let it sail. All of the locusts just kind of swarm around it, and when it hits them, strikes him in the chest, and then the locusts just start to like just completely push him out of the tree to the point where he loses balance and falls out. And so it's 15 feet. He ends up like kind of by the pumpkins, like right here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then do I want to use my movement? Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Well, I should ask, there are no entrances to the building around this area, are there?
Just the windows on the south side, but you'd have to climb up those as well.
Oh, down here? Okay. So I'm going to use all of my movement and end up right at like pretty much close to the building over here. I think I can get to like right there.
Yeah, you can.
And that is, yeah, I used my bonus action already. That's my turn.
Okay, so next up is Twig Blight or Needle Blight A. He is going to reach out his palms and kind of face them towards you, Zabantik, and he's going to shoot out some needles, getting a 17 to hit.
It hits.
All right, he's going to hit you for 5 piercing damage.
Ronnie, real quick, would Charlie be prone since he fell?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, thank you.
B is gonna get about here, and he's gonna attack you, Ragongar, with his ranged needle attack. Getting an 11 to hit, so he misses. After that, C is gonna use half his movement to get up, and then he's gonna look at you, Jinx, and he's still pretty pissed. He's gonna go ahead and take an attack at you with his ranged needles, getting a 15 to hit.
What's the rule if it's right at it does?
It hits.
Yeah,
It
okay,
hits.
then yes.
Look, this is a way to remember it. If it meets it, it beats it.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Got
So
it.
you're getting 8 points of piercing damage.
So I am down.
There's no cover from the tree or anything, Ronnie?
I mean, she's at the
She's
top.
in the tree, right?
I imagine she's at the top of the tree is how I picture it. So,
Okay. Worth a shot.
yeah. All right, so you're down, Cynthia?
Mhm. Correct.
So you're on top of a tree.
I'm on top of the tree all like this. Yeah.
All right, I need you to roll a d20, just a flat d20.
Sure.
If you roll under a 10, you fall out of the tree and take damage.
Okay. More damage. Cool.
Go. Here we go.
15.
Okay, you fall unconscious, but as you fall, you slump over a branch, and you're able to kind of be conscious.
Gradually. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't fall all the way to the ground.
Awesome.
Okay. After C, D is dead. We're back up to you, Zabantik. What are you doing with Ragongar in the wing?
I'm going to move over here. And I'm going to cast Thorn Whip on C.
Okay.
It's 22 hit.
22 absolutely hits.
Okay, so 9 damage, and then he pulls 10 feet up. So he's gonna get in the entanglement.
Man, the damage used to suck on Thorn Whip. That's actually really good damage now.
Yeah.
And you're pulling him into here. Okay, great.
Yeah, so then he has to do the DCs for my entangle and then whatever the other thing is.
No, I'll say that he's like in it. I mean, he's because they're already there. I would say he's just in the
Okay.
difficult terrain.
All right, so then I am going to use my cannon. Let's see if he reaches. He does. How's D looking?
D's pretty beat up.
All right, I'm gonna attack D with my cannon.
Okay, I will say that
It's
since
a cone, right?
all in the web, they would all get caught in this blast. 'Cause the
Yeah,
web
he
is
yeah, he does have a cone, it's true.
It's a cone.
What kind of damage is it?
fire.
It's fire.
Okay, yeah. So the web would catch on fire as well.
Mm-hmm. And the web actually has like rules written for it.
All right, so 6.
He has to do a
Dex
dex
16.
or something.
Dex 16.
Oh, 16. What the fuck?
I know, man. Her spell save is really high.
Okay.
Cannon,
mine's like-
it's not me.
13.
fails.
Mhm.
D gets a 16, so he beats it, right?
Yep.
And E gets a 5. So C and E take full damage. D takes half damage. And you did 6 damage, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And yeah, man, D is not looking super great.
Okay. So yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Ragongar, you're up. Gone, you're after. Johnny boy.
Hello.
Johnny boy.
Oh, it's gone? Not Ragongar?
Oh,
I thought you said it was Ragongar.
Yeah.
You're probably right. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't listen to the DM. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's Ragongar. All right, Ragongar.
Ronnie, if you ever feel like sharing the initiative order, we can help you with it.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I honestly don't mind. It's just that I'm constantly adding things, so it's like I haven't figured out a good way to do it like on the map so that you guys can see it.
Yeah,
But
that
also,
makes
I can't
sense.
share the like screen that I'm on because it has all of their like stats and stuff, and I can't let you guys see that.
Mhm.
That's been like the biggest hurdle for me is like sharing this initiative order because I mean if you guys want to just keep like a notepad or something, that's fine. Like I don't mind you guys knowing the initiative order.
Mhm.
There's no way for me to share it with you without sharing all of the information, and I can't do
Tom, are you in the bathroom?
Okay.
Flippin'.
Thomas?
How do you delete a note?
Drag it to the trash
Well,
can.
then, well,
okay.
okay, so I will aim at Incurious and
Who?
Nefarious.
Anchorite. And I will throw my javelin at him.
At this one that's tied up right here next to Tybalt.
Yep.
Okay. You can do that with advantage because he's restrained.
Okay. It's an 18 hit.
Absolutely.
All right, so I will hit for 10 damage.
Okay.
Is he dead?
No, he's not.
Then I will summon the javelin back and throw it again.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit
15 hits.
and 7 damage.
All right. So you did 17 damage total. Cool. Perfect. He's still alive.
Hold up.
Hold it.
Was that a holdup or was that an all done?
All done. He said all done.
Okay.
My bad. I misheard.
Hold up.
Well, now I'm just
All
confused.
done.
I'm like, okay. Okay.
All right. Now it's Gon's turn.
All right.
On
Well, after
Tortellini?
yeah, gone toward Tortellini. After the pushback, I'm just like dust myself off. I'm like, God
Okay.
damn
Destiny's
it. Huh?
dust yourself off and try again. Or was that Aaliyah? That was
Destiny's
was
Child?
Aaliyah.
Oh, I thought it was Destiny's Child.
No, it's Aaliyah.
Damn, that's Aaliyah from forever ago.
I think she died on my 12th birthday.
Again. You can
Yeah.
dust it off and try again.
She was so pretty.
Gosh, she was, bro.
Yeah.
That girl's life's kind of fucked up though. Sucks for her.
Hmm.
Did not have the best life. Anyway, it's Gon's turn.
So I'm going to just set my eyes on Orc E, and I'm gonna
Orky.
blast. I'm gonna start blasting.
All right.
Anyway, I started firing.
14
14. What are you blasting him with?
Eldritch Blast.
Oh, that hits.
Andre
gonna
not being here, we said the
be
word
6
blast
damage.
a lot today.
Oh man, I know. He's gonna be
Good point.
pissed. I bet you he'll watch the replay too, and he's gonna be like,
So
So
that's 6
many
damage,
opportunities.
Ronnie.
Yep.
And then yeah, I'm just gonna hit him with the second one. And that is 18.
Hits.
Okay, and that one is gonna be 8 damage.
Alrighty.
Righty.
And let me see.
Mhm.
I will end my turn with movement right at the door. From here, can I start to see Orc C?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So then, yeah, I'll end my turn there, and that is it.
All right. After gone, it is Tibble.
All right. D still up.
Yeah, he's up. I mean, he's pretty rough, but he's good to go still.
All right. I'm gonna hit him again with the spiritual weapon.
Roll it.
Still restrained, right?
Yep.
All right.
So do it with advantage.
That's a 17 to hit.
Yep.
So he takes 8 points of damage.
Okay.
And Tybalt is going to put his hands together, and a little fire is gonna like blaze up and then just spread out from his hands. And I'm gonna cast Burning Hands on
Nice.
the in front of me in a cone. So I think it hits
You can hit all three.
all three, yeah. So
Nice.
they need to make a Dex 16 save or take half damage.
So C gets a 1. He fails.
All right.
D is restrained, and he gets a 3. And then E gets a 5. So they all fail. How much damage do they take?
They're gonna take 15 points of damage.
Oh, nice.
Good hit.
Yeah.
What was that?
Screams
Burning
out
hands.
as
Burning
he's-
hands. Oh yeah.
he's like,
Very
"Oh,"
nice.
Love it.
And D falls dead.
Yeah, that was on the high end. It was 3d6 and it was a 4, 5, 6.
Wow.
Good roll.
Cool.
That's it.
All right. After that, C is going to try to move as much as he can. Oh, he's going to take his 2d4 for
Yeah, that's correct.
the fire web. So he takes an extra 3 damage. And then he is going to move as much as he can. He's gonna about 7 feet, and then he'll get to about here. And he's going to go ahead and attack you with his claws, Edgar. Getting
All right,
a.
I'm gonna use my warding flare, so it's a disadvantage.
Okay. He gets an. All right. Whatever. I'll roll one more time. He got an 8 though. So
Well, wouldn't they balance out because he's flanked? Oh no, because he's restrained on the other side.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he gets an 8. He misses.
Okay.
So that's his turn. D or E is going to take his burning damage as well.
2d4.
4. Taking an extra 2 damage. And then E, where is he at? He's going to do his best to get out. He's going to get to about right here. And he's going to cast Thunder Wave on you, Julio.
Oh god damn it! These
Wait,
guys
wait.
are just
He
endless
saved.
thunder
He
waves.
saved.
What do you mean?
He did the Dex 16 or 13 or whatever to get out of there.
It was difficult terrain for him after the initial spell, so he was able to just.
No, he still has to do a save though. I'm pretty sure anyway.
I don't think so. I thought it was only when you cast the spell, whoever gets caught in it does the save.
A creature. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
Okay. So it's gonna be a con save, Julio. You have to beat a 12, or take 15 damage and be pushed back 10 feet.
All right, so here we go. Con save. That's a 10.
Right. You get 15 damage of thunder, and you get pushed back 10 feet.
All right. Can you go ahead and move me, please? And yeah, okay.
And I will say that now that both of them have gone through it, the web is burned up.
That tracks.
All right. After E, it's going to be Jinx. I need you to make a death saving throw. Roll a d20. You have to beat a 10.
There's Trucker.
All right.
5.
You failed your
Got
first
it.
death saving throw. So mark your thing. You
Got it.
one save. Vox, you're up.
All right. Vox has a moment of just like seeing Jinx fall and initially just being like irritated, but then he goes through the emotions where he's also like, I kind of contributed to that. She shouldn't have tripped me. And like, there's all these back and forths where he's like, no, no, no. It's like a ping pong game. And finally he just ends on, I just got to fucking save her. Doesn't matter. So please tell me how this would work out. What I would like to do, and I'm not saying I'm committing to this, but I'd like to get to my movement will get me right to the base of the tree, right? Would I be able to use my mage hand to feed her a potion? And would that be more than one action? I mean, number one, is it possible that I could do that? And number two, what kind of action economy would it take?
I would say that would be your action because you can get over there just fine. The movement's not the issue. What's the range on the mage hand?
Mage hand can go 30 feet.
Yeah, then you can easily feed her a health potion.
All right.
So that would be.
Okay, so I will do that. I will bust out my mage hand, pop open the cork, and the mage hand just kind of goes straight up, very cautiously, making sure not to spill any of it. And being that I can kind of have a direct line of sight to where she's at, I'll just have the mage hand pour it down her throat.
Okay.
And so it's Cynthia. Who do you want to roll it, Ronnie?
You roll it,
The
Dave.
heal. Okay, so it is a 2d4 plus 2. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Cynthia, you heal for, oh my god. You heal for 4, but it's enough to make you not die.
It's enough to
it's
bring you back
barely,
to life.
I'm going to say some of the potion does spill up on the way just because that makes sense.
The mage hand or whatever.
Yeah, it's just not stable, and like it just gets a tiny bit actually to you, but it's enough to just like snap you out of it.
Yeah, bring it back from the dead. Thank you.
That
Back
is
from the
my
dead.
turn.
From the
Well,
dead.
hold on. Would I still have a bonus action or no?
You still
I mean,
have a bonus.
Okay. Then I'll mark this guy.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. After Vox, it is.
Right?
It's actually the anchorites, and then the needles. So F is restrained, and then needle A is going to come up and run up on you, Ragongar, and he's going to go ahead and attack you for. He gets a 22 to hit.
I think that hits.
What a son of a bitch.
Yeah, he does. Okay, cool. So he hits you for 5 damage. B is going to run up here and attack you as
Okay.
well. And he gets a 22 to hit as well.
God damn.
You'll take another 6 damage of piercing. And that's the Blight's turns. Oh, and then C is up. C will take a shot at you from range, Ragongar. I mean, Vox Aslan. Getting a 14 to hit.
He said it doesn't hit.
Okay. After that, he is dead. We're back up to you, Zabante.
Okay. All right. So how are C, E, and F looking?
C is pretty rough. F or E is pretty rough. D is dead. F is pretty healthy. I mean, all you guys did was
Okay.
restrain him, and then
And
Ragongar
then
attacked him
A and
twice.
B?
So, they're full health.
Okay. I need to help Tibble out here. He's not in a good spot. I'm gonna use Thorn Whip on C. Was
Okay.
it 12 hit, Ronnie?
I don't believe so. Let me double check. C does not hit.
All right, I'm gonna use inspiration and re-roll that.
Cool, go for it.
Oh shit, I clicked the wrong thing.
Hey, Cynthia.
25 hits.
45
Nice.
absolutely
All right,
hits.
I'll keep my Thorn Whip damage because I rolled that before. So that's 4. And I'm
Okay.
gonna pull C back 10 feet.
Gotcha, bitch.
Over
And
here
you're-
by his weapon.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And then I'm gonna use my little cannon guy. And I'm going to attack C.
Okay. It's a dex save, right?
Yeah. It is 16.
Oh, I get an 18.
Okay.
Did it take damage still, or just half? or-
No, that's it. It doesn't. And I'm gonna move like over here. That's it.
Okay, Ragon, it's up to you after that.
Okay, well, I will, Okay, so like these guys are right next to me, right?
Mhm.
A and B.
Yep.
Julio, you're right there, buddy.
Sorry, I'm
Okay,
like
so,
stretching the neck out.
Stretch the neck out.
I'm going to call to
Arms.
my goddess Illustrate and call upon the light of the goddess onto the Lightbringer mace. And I am going to bring it down with glorious vengeance upon number A. And does a 9 hit?
On quick light. Hey, no, it doesn't.
And then I'm gonna do it again, and does a 10 hit?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I don't know.
Jeez.
After that, it is gone with Tybalt after him.
All right, dust myself on yet again, and
Well,
I
I know-
look at
He bounced inside. He like runs
Yeah.
Oh.
and so yeah, I get up and I'm just like, all right, I see how you're gonna do, how you're doing things here, and I just keep fighting back. I'm in an aggressive mode, and I'm just looking to take this guy down. So I'm casting Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And that is a 12.
On E,
Correct, on E.
a 12 doesn't hit.
Okay. I'll cast another one. Second one is 23.
That absolutely hits.
And that will be 11 damage.
Yeah, that's a good hit. You hit him and he is just like worse for wear now. He's like breathing a lot heavier. Blood kind of spurtles out of his mouth as he has to like center himself and like really focus on staying upright.
And so when I take an action, it's either like I attack or the other option was I wanted to take a healing potion, but I already took my action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that case, can you kind of break down like real quick what brace does?
Brace?
Yeah. Like if I took the end of my turn to brace, would I be able to do that?
Well, you could do to the defense as an action, or dodge. Dodge is what I meant.
Yeah, that's an action. And he already
Yeah.
took
Okay.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Okay. In that case,
an option. I've never heard of brace before, and maybe that's just
No, it's dodge. I think. I mean, that's what I imagine he's referring to.
Yeah, I mean, it would essentially
Like
be
the
something like that.
defensive stance, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, dodge.
Okay.
Dodge gives them disadvantage if they attack you while you're doing that.
Okay. That's
But it
good
is an
info to know
action.
then. In that case, once I've done my attack, I kind of take into account that my first one hit, even though I feel like it should have. And I kind of tried to reassess the situation, and I'm like, I think I've taken a little too much damage. And around this area here, would I be out of line of sight, like around this area?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, at that point, I'm kind of just like, I gotta take a breather here. And I'm gonna just get up against this wall, and that's gonna be my turn.
Okay. Tybalt, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna have the my spiritual weapon fly and hit E.
E. Okay.
So that's an 11 to hit.
E
So
as
then-
an alpha.
E as in E. That missed.
You like Francine's face?
Uh,
Fucking pissed.
then I will hit. I'll use guiding bolt on E. Oh fuck! Is that really a 4? That's a 12.
Misses.
Down.
All right.
Can't win them all, buddy.
I will use my inspiration to re-roll that.
Ooh, he's like,
That's
yes,
what
I
I did
can.
too.
Fucking win 'em
Exactly what
all.
I did. Yeah.
Wait, you took your inspiration already?
Nope.
Motherfucker. Okay.
That was me. I was the one that did it.
I also use my inspiration as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew a couple people had. I was like, fuck. I know I give out inspiration all willy nilly, but nobody ever uses it until today. All of
I
a sudden.
use it.
Yeah,
use it.
I've been saving it for like so many sessions now.
Stacking
me too.
inspiration.
I always use mine.
It's like in video games when you save health potions just in case.
Yeah.
Never use them.
And then you never
Dude,
use
Final
We were just
Fantasy, I
talking
always
about
end with
that.
like 99.
We were
Like,
just
my health
having a huge
potions.
discussion about that. I think Julio was the one that was like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. We need to use our shit. When we were talking about this Friday? I
Last
think it was
session.
Friday.
No, I think it was last session.
It was with the
Oh,
stone.
maybe. Just
The
remember you
Sending
were so
Stone, yeah.
mad. You're like, everyone saved their. Yeah, it was a sending stone. You're right. You're right. Anyway, carry
Alright,
on.
So he's gonna take 15 points of damage, and hit the next attack on him has advantage.
How much points of damage?
15.
15.
15. Oh, he's dead.
Okay.
Fuck that guy.
So he's down, and I'll just look at C in the fire and just do one of these.
You're doing one of what?
Like a bring it on.
Oh, okay.
Is that what that is?
It's actually C's turn.
Was that?
It's actually C's turn now that you're done.
Okay. Yeah.
And he spits.
Is he still in fire?
No, it's Entangle.
No.
Okay, the fire. So the fire from the web is gone, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha.
So C actually kind of spits blood on the ground. And he says, "You fools are all dead. This doesn't matter. We'll kill you all. The ritual's nearly complete." And he says, "We're merely keeping you busy." And he's gonna use half of his movement to get outside of the entangle. And then he's gonna cast a thunderclap on you, Zabantik.
Okay.
And I need you to make a con save and beat a 12.
17.
Oh, nice.
Nice. So you're going to take 5 damage of thunder. And that's his turn. After that, Jinx, you're up. You're awake for the first time since falling.
Finally. Yeah, finally feel like invigorated, and you're like,
Undertaker.
Undertaker again, I'm back.
Just kind of like, just like sprinkling you with fucking.
The vial, I'm shaking, like pushing the little hand away, and then I rise up and I fumble in my bag and I pull out the healing potion I just found. And it was
Just whatever the regular healing potion was.
yeah, it was a regular healing potion. So I'm gonna go ahead and drink that. What do you roll? A 1d20?
So the minor, the minor is roll 2d4 and you're gonna add 2 to it. If it's a minor one, if you're using a bigger one, then it's different.
No,
But
it's a minor.
yeah, the minor one's 2d4 plus 2. So
So 5 plus 2, 7. So I heal for
Yeah.
7.
yep, that's not bad
And
actually.
then that's my action, correct? But I do want to hustle over at least over, let's see, 30 feet. Oh, this guy's over here. Well, I want to move away from this tree. I no longer like this tree. And I'll
You kind
be
of have a good
here.
vantage point though. Just saying.
I fell off the tree though.
Oh,
You were still in it.
Oh, I was?
Yeah, you didn't fall off. You rolled a 15.
Yeah.
Right, but I thought I just fell like slower. Oh, okay,
No. You were in
I
it.
see. Okay, then yeah, if I'm up on the tree, then I'll stay to attack C next turn and I'll stay here.
Okay.
Just licking my wounds.
After Jinx, it is Vox Aslan.
all right. I am going to just start unloading on Charlie. So I'll hit him with my longbow. First attack's a 19, and that is total of 11 damage.
He's
He's
dead.
still standing. He's dead. Okay. Great. I take a quick glance up at Jinx and I'm like, I'm glad you're feeling better. Let's not attack each other anymore. And then I'm going to
I'm doing one of these. Salute.
I'm going to move my 30 feet this way. Gets me about right there. Are either Alpha or Bravo damaged?
Not at all, actually.
Not at all.
Nobody hit them. Ragongar tried, he missed.
Okay. And I guess I still have my bonus action, so I'm going to mark Bravo.
Okay.
And I will just yell, Re-Gon Gar! And then I let my second arrow fly.
Go for it.
And I will attack him it's a 13 to hit.
That hits.
And that is 5 damage. And I will use, oh wait, is he, I think my Hunter's Mark can only work once per turn, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Now that I moved it, I don't know if the second new mark gets it.
Use your Hunter's Mark damage on the first one because your initial damage was enough to kill him. I will say that I wouldn't have extended that for you, so you can use it.
I can use it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I will also use, I'll use my swarm to deal that extra bit of damage. So 2d6 on top of that.
Roll it.
I'll re-roll the 2. So it's 10 more damage on top of what did I hit for originally?
I don't know, but
Hold on.
Yeah, you hit him for 5 and then 10 on top
And
of
then
that.
6. Yeah, so 15 damage.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. I'll just, exchange another quick glance with Jinx, and I'm like, you're good. Let's do this. And that's my turn.
Okay. After you, it is the Needle Blights, and A is going to swing at you again, Ragongar. Getting a whack, 16 to hit. B is
I'm gonna try harder for Ragongar.
Bro, I'm rolling with advantage. Getting a 19, yes. And that's Needle Blight A and B, sir. We're back up to the top with Zabantic, with Zabantic. Ragongar, you're up after her.
I was like, what?
Even with the crazy bonus weapon, bonus to hit from a weapon, you have like maybe a 20% chance to hit him. So it's ridiculous.
Stupid.
Hey, so C's pretty bad, right?
Yeah, he's beat up.
Tom?
It's me.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Tom's turn.
No, I said he was up after her. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm measuring.
What are you, a contractor?
I mean, I was for a while. Okay. How's Tybalt looking? Good. Dragongar, how are you looking?
He's pretty fine.
Okay.
I'm peachy.
Peachy.
All right. Well then, I'm gonna save some of this stuff then. I'm just gonna use I'm gonna use Ragongar's flanked right now, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna fix that then. I'm gonna use Thorn Whip on A. Is it 24 hit?
24 absolutely hits.
Okay, so 8 damage.
8.
And yeah, and he goes back 10.
So as you, okay, 8 damage, perfect. He goes back 10. Yeah, and you pull him forward, and Ragongar's no longer playing.
All
Good move.
right. I'm gonna use my cannon on C.
Okay. I need to do a deck save, right?
Yeah, 16.
God damn, dude. I get a 14.
Okay, so you take 8 damage.
Oh, yeah, he's looking really rough.
Is that fire?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's a flamethrower still.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's it for me.
Cool. After that's Ragongar. What are we doing? And gone after him.
These guys that invaded me last time,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully will not get the same chance. So let's start with a B.
Okay.
And so I will bring down the Mace of the Lightbringer on him. Does a 13 hit.
13 hits.
Nice.
All right, so it's gonna be
It's gonna be me.
it's gonna be 13 damage.
He
That was good, Roddy. That was good. I did not expect that.
is- B's dead. You fucking smash him.
Oh, sweet. Okay. And then I'm just gonna like pull my mace up from his like totally
Carcass.
like pudding brains. And I'm gonna turn and face A. And I'm gonna narrow my eyes and clench my teeth, like let a little bit of saliva drop. And go towards A. And I'm going to bring my mace down upon his head. Does a 17 hit?
It does hit. You'd have to move the 5 feet or whatever it is. To get,
I will move it. And then I will bring down the Mace of Judgment for 13 damage upon his
Damn.
face.
That's good.
13 damage absolutely shatters him. He's dead.
Oh yeah, in the background you just hear chanting, Ragongar.
And then I will step upon his smash brains
Mhm.
and look at C and narrow my eyes and my turn is done.
He looks back at you and narrows his eyes and goes, all right, Gon, it's your turn, and then Tibble, you're after him.
Okay, so I peer back out and I don't see the orc that was originally out there. So I will use my max movement to get here. And as I'm getting out here, I'm like kind of stumbling, but I'm like, I'm here. I'm here. And as I take a moment to look at the battlefield, I see C is He's just right there. He's just ready to. He looks like he's ready to take this Eldritch Blast. You know.
He wants that Eldritch Blast so bad.
He's receptive.
So
He's
I
receptive to it.
will cast, and the hit is 22.
Absolutely hits.
That will be 6 damage.
All right, yeah, he like the blast hits him and he like kind of spins around a little bit as he wasn't expecting it because he was too busy like hitting at Ragongar, and then he kind of sees he's trying to figure out where it came from, and then he sees you at the door and he just kind of is like, oh fuck, but he's still up.
Okay, and so I'll cast my second Eldritch Blast at him.
Okay,
That's a 16,
that hits.
and that is gonna be 12
Me?
damage.
How do you kill him?
So the first one hits him and he turns to look at me, and as he looks at me, I'm already holding the second one up, so that oh shit moment is like, oh shit, this thing is like flying right at me. And so as it flies at him, it literally just hits him right in the face.
Yeah, and then it's just like Cell in Dragon Ball Z, there's just like a hole carved out of like from his like chest up, where like it's just this concave from where the blast just like bore through him, and just his head and shoulders are just like eviscerated, and he just slumps to the ground dead.
And so as
Yeah.
he falls over dead, I essentially have like my hand extended. And so with my hand still extended after the launch, I am gonna open up my hand, and as it's open, you just see the body coalescing into this kind of like magical flow, and it just channels like this small line of magic towards my hand.
So as
And
he
I'm gonna
falls
get
down forward, like you can see just like these particles of like eldritch energy just coming from the body and just like spiraling into like your hand. And you can see like the life return to you a little bit as you take your temporary hit points.
yes, sir. And that is my movement and my action. So that is the end of my turn.
Okay, guys, combat's done. You guys killed all of the enemies. You guys still have F restrained. What are we doing with him?
I'm gonna turn to
question.
him and say, everyone else is dead. You're the only one alive. Where is the ceremony? And we may spare your life.
He's gagged still, so
Well,
he's
talk anyway.
It wasn't he gagged? He was
Try harder than
Was
that.
he ever
Yeah, he
gagged?
wasn't gagged. He was just restrained.
he was just hogtied.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, he says, I'll never tell you.
I'm gonna take out the Manticore tail spike that I have in my bag
Oh shit!
and just slam it into his
You.
leg.
I'm walking
Wow.
my way over here, by the way. I don't know how far I can get while this is happening, but
The clouds start to get a little bit heavier, and like the sun gets a little bit dimmer as like it gets covered with this dark cloud. And you slam the spike into him, and he just screams in pain, ah, as the like manticore venom starts coursing through his veins. You can see his veins actually get really dark black all over his face and his arms, and as this poison just like seeps into his system. And he says, the circle of thunder.
Where is that?
He goes,
Wait, what do you say?
10 miles north.
Oh yeah, you like totally cut out the running.
Yeah,
10
And-
miles north.
And as I hear this, I'm like, wait. And I pull out the book with the map, and I'm just gonna walk towards the group who's closest here. And I'm
Mhm.
like, hey guys, come check this out. And like I say it loud enough so that whoever's not nearby can come over. And I'm gonna share with them the map, or yeah, the map that was inside the book. And specifically I'll look at Tybalt and say, I don't know if this is exactly what he's talking about. It might be something different, but if it's miles from here, then it has to be somewhere further within the forest. And well, this map, from my understanding, is somewhere in the forest. And so
so-
what you guys see is a map of the what's the area called again? Ronnie, the Neverwinter Forest. And there is a red X marked on it, and the red X is circled. And we know that it's in the Neverwinter Forest away from here. And that's as much as I know.
Is
Does it
this
seem like
area
that's-
or this zone, is this where we came because we were trying to find the missing miners?
Loggers, yeah.
Loggers?
Yeah.
Yes.
But remember, yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
This place out, they'll check out the other place.
Right.
Hmm.
So we split into 2 different locations that they could have been at.
Right. Yeah, so they so Falcon and the other guy, whoever the other guy was, they went to
Tribor.
the other camp, Tribor.
Right.
I am gonna
Oh,
approach
wait, Tybalt wasn't done.
Spring- Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, we got the information we got out of him. The what's it called? The X seems to be where he's also mentioning, right? They seem to be the same place.
Yeah, and as you look at the map, you can kind of enough of you are know how to read a map, and you can gather using the keys and stuff that where the red X would be seems to be about 10 miles according to the legend on the map. So you gather that that is where the map is pointing to.
Okay. So I'll retract the tail spike and tell F your judgment is with the group, it isn't with me. And I'll just sort of get up and look at the group and say his life is in your hands.
And as you say that, Tybalt, the rain clouds seemingly get darker and darker, and you start to feel a little bit of a sprinkle start to come down a little bit, and you see this bright flash of lightning and thunder just booms over the area, and you can kind of gather that just looking at the sky, although it seems kind of stormy, it's starting to form here.
Yeah.
When you follow the clouds north, it gets heavier and heavier.
Zabantic wants to walk. Are we doing turn order?
No, but let's just be respectful of everybody's turns and stuff.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Tiger?
No, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean it's I think I'll just turn to the group and say that that's where the ceremony is the clouds are coming from, where the ceremony is supposedly taking place.
So hearing Tybalt's last words as far as the anchorite's life is in our judgment, she starts walking over in a pretty deliberate fashion, just like focused, and kind of swings her quarterstaff a little bit, and then she walks up to the restrained anchorite and like takes like a wind up, and then just hits him as hard as she can with her quarterstaff across the face.
Damn, roll an attack with advantage.
All right. $24, not 20.
Ooh, roll full damage. So what's the max possible damage on your? So it's 2d8.
Yeah.
You hit him and what's your bonus? +4?
+1.
Oh, +1. So you hit him for 17 damage, and he just is completely rocked.
He's not dead.
No.
Okay.
He's actually kind of beefy.
All right. So then I'm gonna step on his face
Okay.
with
Yeah.
all of my body strength, all of my weight.
And he's just like
That's
you
a
hear-
lot of weight. Sorry.
He's like,
as his body is just like struggling to help itself, but it can't because you guys have him restrained.
And I look at Tybalt and I tell him that this wasn't worth us spending any more time on. We should go north.
And with that, your foot kind of like you feel like almost like a release underneath the weight of your foot as you just hear his skull go like, and you see blood start pooling out of his mouth and out of his ears and out of his eye sockets as his brain is just kind of smushed out. And
Smush.
So then
skull
I put my
passes
quarterstaff
over.
back on, like I like sheath it or whatever, and then I just start walking north.
Damn, what a badass. Let's go
For reals.
behind you.
Deserves some inspiration.
Actually, yeah.
And I, Tibble just says, I agree. Atonement was never in his heart.
Yes.
We should
that-
go-
At this point, like while all that's going on, can Gon just take a look at some of the bodies and see if there's like similar markings to yeah, the cult or like anything like that?
Absolutely. And as you walk around and start inspecting these anchorites, you see very much the same thing. They're all wearing the leather armor with like the fur around their kind of like shoulders. They all have those spiked gauntlets that are made of leather and boar tusks. I like swapped my letters there. All of them seem to have tattoos that are identifying in nature. They all have these like lightning bolts tattooed on them and sort of like inscriptions sort of like magical sort of like markings, like almost like runes kind of
Yeah,
touched.
yeah. Okay. All right. And yeah, if there's nothing of value on their bodies, then I'd say we should follow behind Zabantek's footsteps.
And just
I mean,
have
how
a-
do you not follow a badass like that?
Right. I think that's a good place to call it.
I agree.
Yep.
Same.
Wait, wasn't David gonna do something before though? Just to like
What do you want to do,
Too
Dave?
late
close-
now. Way too
No.
late now. It's okay.
Okay.
is
So
Oh, also, Gun is feeling heavy. Should
Heavy?
probably point that out.
Too many burritos.
Yeah. I'm walking around like this.
I will say the Circle of Thunder is only about 10 miles north of here. You could probably get there in like 2 hours.
Yeah, but I need a rest.
yeah, dude.
yeah, we
Same.
Point is time, I don't know, I don't want to say is of the essence, but it's not that far. So if you guys were to try to rest on the way there, I would say maybe that would be a short rest.
Okay.
If you guys want to do a long rest, you guys can do that.
I mean, personally for me, I'm a half elf, so a short rest would be not a problem, but I feel like a lot of people need long rests. That's just my assumption.
But depends on whether we can afford to do a long rest.
That's true.
I think a short rest would be good for everyone to get some health points back. But in terms of spell slots, or I know I'm shot.
Yeah, I've been tapped since the last encounter. Or yeah, the last session.
Vox doesn't have any sense of urgency because we don't know who these guys were. We don't know what's the worst that can happen if we don't break this ritual or whatever. Our objective here was to retrieve some captives, and we have not gotten them. So their safety is equally important. We don't know what happened with Falcon and Tribor. And for all we know, the captives are still being either tortured or killed off somewhere. I mean, this guy, we have no reason to trust what he says, number one. Second of all, we don't even know, again, what the repercussions will be if we don't end up canceling this ritual or whatever. So again, just, I'm saying this to the group, but Vox's personal feelings are no sense of urgency. I think if we need a rest, we need a rest. And that's my opinion on it.
As you guys are kind of contemplating, a small brown falcon lands next to you, and it seemingly has a message kind of taped to its foot, and it goes, squawk!
How
I
does it
grabbed
go?
the message.
It goes, squawk!
Who does it land nearby?
It's kind of near Ragongar there. It's on the pumpkin patch.
I think the bird is saying squad.
Squaw.
Bread. Squad bread's really good.
I mean, I'll go read the message if nobody else is going to.
Yeah, and it says
I'm just making my way to you guys, by the way. I'm
It's just a
someone still way the fuck over here.
it's just a really short message that's kind of like written on a very tiny piece of paper because it has to fit on this falcon's like leg here, and it says found captives, Circle of Thunder.
Found Captain Circle of Thunder. All right.
Found captives, right?
Oh, captives.
Yeah,
Oh, the loggers. Okay.
they're at the Circle of Thunder, so that's that location that's 10 miles north.
All right. Well, we know where we're headed. There. I'm not 100% on there being like urgency, but these guys have been saying the ritual is going to be completed soon. So,
I'm
I-
fine with a short
what-
rest.
What, like, why would we even honor their word? Like, they've done nothing to prove to us that they're not lying, first of all. Second of all, they haven't been truthful about, well, it's not that they haven't been truthful. We don't know that they've been truthful on anything. They have no interest in helping us. I don't know. It's like, yes, there's probably something going on with the ritual. Why do we give a shit about what these guys are saying though? That's Vox's whole point. Like,
Mhm.
why would we acknowledge the opinion or the statement of one of these what are they from? The half orcs of Talos, right? So I don't know. Yes, again, there's not like a huge sense of urgency. I think Vox is like, a lot of his magic power is expended and he's hurt enough to where he's like, I think we should take whatever amount of time we need here. But yeah, maybe a couple of hours is enough. I don't know that we need to do an overnight thing, but a couple of hours should be good. And Ronnie said we could do that on the way, so I guess I'm
Right.
fine with that.
And Ragangar, how do you feel?
Feels like
Sorry.
pooping.
Yeah, never mind. I was just playing.
Tom, are you in the
Just
bathroom?
fine.
Oh, okay. You are there. Okay.
So can we make this decision next time? Maybe when Blast is here?
Sure, absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's not
Okay.
a bad idea actually.
Maybe next time we'll play a round of once everything's all settled, we should have you guys play a round of what the fuck is up with that?
Yeah.
What is
Well,
that?
Blasting
we're
fire.
gonna be at a tavern or something.
Oh, dude, that looks
Boom.
cool.
That's
Cool.
definitely
What the
Edgar.
fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Pretty much, it's
Most recent
Go ahead,
episode
Ronnie.
of Critical Role. They play a game where what is it? They play rollies. So whoever gets the highest roll gets to ask the lowest roll any question, and they have to end it with "What the fuck is up with that?"
but there's also
That sounds like
like
fun.
there's kind
Yeah.
of there's sort of a separate set of, like, I don't know, mini rules or whatever, where basically you don't have to incriminate anybody. You don't actually need to name any person, but if you just answer the question, sufficiently, I guess is the best term, then you're good, right? But you need to at least give some details, but you don't need to specify who's the person that murdered this, whatever. So
And
there's like,
to add on to that, Dave, I'll say that even there were a couple times where like they answered the question and then somebody was like inside check, and they're like, ooh, like
Oh,
like
I
so can you
personally,
deceive?
I personally don't like the way that they do insight checks on Critical Role. That's just me.
What do you mean?
Because I don't know. I mean, for me, I've always felt very strongly, even when I was running my own game, but you shouldn't ever be able to dictate this is a check you want to make, right? So when they say, I'm going to make an insight check now, and they just do it, it always kind of throws me off a little bit. That's just me.
Insight is like one of the few checks that you can like that's actually the way it applies, because I mean you're trying to discern like the validity of what
True
somebody
intent.
is saying, right? There you're trying to discern their intention, correct? So I think that would be like the only like one of the few occasions where you could like how else do you phrase that to where you're trying to figure out if they're lying or not,
I disagree. I think you could
I don't know, I
either be
think we do
looking
it.
at body language, or you could be trying to sense if their voice maybe falters a little bit.
They're fidgeting.
But I feel
You
like
know,
Or
like-
more like you look at.
But how do you
look at the
describe it as what
reaction.
he's saying?
Maybe
but
you
I
look
feel
at the
like
react. I would say exactly that. I
What
would
word?
say I would say
It's not a word, it's a
I am
description.
looking at the way that I'm looking at their body language when they're saying this. So if their body language acts a little bit weird, or
Mhm.
maybe if they're with a bunch of companions and the person says something and the companions are all like, oh, and they kind of like look weird, then it's like, well, maybe there's something there. I think there's a lot of ways where you could factor it into the RP sense without saying,
see.
I'm going to make an insight check. That's just me. Like I said, I preface it by saying that.
I tend to agree with Dave on that because I think that you can say things like, oh, as this person is talking to me, do I feel like I believe what they're saying, or
Yeah,
just
but there's other ways you could do it too. So like, for me,
But that's what she's
just
saying,
again,
that there's
for-
Yeah,
other
I'm
ways to
agreeing
go
with you.
about it. Yeah, she's agreeing
for
with you.
flavor, yeah. But just like for me, right, with my character, I'd be like, oh well, I'm gonna look at like how my insects react to this. My swarm, are they like, do they believe it? I don't know, something
Exactly what
rather
she
than
said, yeah.
saying I'm gonna make an insight check.
Yeah,
It's not what
for
she
me,
said, Cynthia. Okay, we're done. I'm
I guess
good on
it
it.
really depends on like how you word it. Like as a DM, for me at least, like from this perspective, because like if you were trying to say like, oh, I'm trying to see if if his body language, like I might get wrapped up and be like, okay, give me a perception check, and then yeah, you notice that he's being weird, but that doesn't give you any actual like insight.
Yeah, but for me, you should never be able to you should never be able to choose the check that you make. You should say,
But what if
doing
I'm
this.
saying, can I perceive if he's telling me something right or not? And then he's like, okay, do a perception check. Would that be wrong?
That wouldn't be wrong, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the campaign, in Critical Role, the players literally say, I'm going to make an insight check on that. And that to me that's not RP. That's just like super
Meta.
metagaming, first of all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I see your point, but I don't really have an issue with the way they do it because I don't know. Like I said, I think that's one of the few checks that like it comes down to just being very direct with what you're trying to do.
You also have to remember.
If you're just like looking up at a wall and you're like, I want to do an athletics check, I'd be like, well, why? Like, what are you trying to do? So like in that case, yeah, you wouldn't be able to just say, hey, I'm trying to do this check. And I'm like, whoa. First of all, describe to me what you're trying to accomplish, and then I'll decide which check you're trying to do. Whereas like with insight, I feel like if you're like, I don't trust him, like I'm trying to check out his body language to see if he's acting weird or if he's acting shifty, to me, that's still an insight check. Even though you're perceiving, you're really just rolling insight. So it just.
So if to me as a player, if I'm in your campaign and I say I want to make an insight check right now, you're good with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
then I'm going to do that way more often.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, you guys don't really, so you guys can.
What do we have to remember, Julio?
No, I was the only thing I was gonna say is just you got to remember that is a show that's not only for like playing D&D like as hardcore as it can get, but also it's for entertainment purposes. So they take a lot of liberties when it comes down to like the way that they interact and the way that they role play as well.
That's a good point.
And also on top of that, it is a show, but it's also Matt's campaign, and that's how he chooses to DM it.
Right. Each DM is different for sure.
And like I said, I personally don't like it, and that's fine if everybody else.
Right, you wouldn't
guys
allow
love
that
it.
in your campaigns
Yeah,
for sure.
I
Yeah.
absolutely would
I'm
not.
not trying to say you're wrong, Dave. I was just trying to explain my perspective.
I see both sides of it, but it's still like if you're gonna role play literally every other part of the campaign is role played, and then that's the one thing where you're just like, I'm just gonna allow it. I don't know.
Who's trying the nine tails over here?
It doesn't sit well.
Yeah, no worries.
That's the same reason when we were playing our campaign, you guys were like, I want to do this check, and I'm like, no, tell me what you're trying to do, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, totally. And honestly, like I think at the time, like I didn't realize like the importance of what you're getting at, like role playing it.
No,
Now
just delete it.
Cool. What are we fucking doing, guys? Like, who deleted it? Oh,
Francine deleted it.
I drew it and I deleted it. Okay, don't delete my weed leaf.
I thought it was a Christmas
Was
tree. I was
that a
gonna put
9?
ornaments on it.
Okay. But yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off. I got some stuff I gotta do around here.
Yeah, same these.
Thanks for
Yeah,
playing.
GG's guys.
GG's.
GG's.
All right, bye everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.